Story 1. My mother-in-law wanted my husband's ex to be his wife and even invited her to have dinner with us, so I got my revenge. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you won't miss more stories, and leave your like on the video. I should have known something was wrong the first time my mother-in-law invited my husband's ex-girlfriend to our engagement party. Not as a guest, mind you, but as a co-host. At the time, I thought maybe she was just one of those overly inclusive people who couldn't bear to hurt anyone's feelings. You know the type. The ones who invite their dentist to family gatherings and insist the mailman stay for dinner. My husband assured me it was nothing, that his mother just had trouble letting people go. He said it with such conviction that I believed him. I wanted to believe him. We'd been dating for 2 years, and I loved him. So, I convinced myself this was just a quirky family thing. Some families are loud, some are quiet, and apparently, his family kept ex-girlfriends around like houseplants. I married him anyway, despite that glaring red flag waving directly in my face, practically slapping me with its bright red fabric. The engagement party itself should have been my wake-up call. The ex stood at the entrance greeting guests alongside my mother-in-law like they were hosting a charity gala together. She wore a dress remarkably similar to mine. Same shade of blue, same style, which my mother-in-law later claimed was just a funny coincidence. The ex knew details about the party that I hadn't even known, like what hors d'oeuvres were being served and what time the photographer would arrive. When I asked my husband about it, he shrugged and said his mother probably just needed help with planning. Help from his ex-girlfriend for our engagement party. The logic was so backwards it gave me whiplash. The ex's name kept coming up in conversation at family dinners. Casual mentions at first. Oh, she used to make this dish for us. Or, she always knew how to arrange flowers so beautifully. Innocent enough, right? Wrong. So very wrong. Within the first 6 months of our marriage, I realized my mother-in-law had never actually moved on from her son's previous relationship. She spoke about the ex like she was a daughter who had tragically died in some beautiful, poetic way, not a girlfriend who had broken up with her son over 5 years ago because, from what I'd gathered, they simply weren't compatible long-term. I tried talking to my husband about it during those early months, but he'd look at me with confused eyes and say he hadn't noticed. His mother mentioned his ex constantly, and he genuinely didn't see it as a problem. I started to realize this had been normalized for him his entire life. The dinner invitations started around month 7 of our marriage. Surprise dinners where the ex just happened to be there, too. My mother-in-law would act shocked, claiming she'd completely forgotten she'd invited both of us. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, I completely spaced. But you're both here now, so let's just make the best of it. My husband would squeeze my hand under the table, but never actually confronted his mother about the pattern. The comparisons began subtly. She used to fold the napkins this way. She knew exactly how I liked my tea. Then they became less subtle. She was always so good with children. Do you like children, Bryn? This was asked at a family barbecue in front of about 20 relatives. She could cook a roast that would make you cry. Can you cook a roast, Bryn? I could, actually. But after that comment, I never cooked one for my mother-in-law. I started keeping a mental tally. By the end of the first year, I'd been compared to this woman constantly. I mentioned this to my best friend during a wine night, and she asked me why I was still going to family dinners. Good question. My husband kept insisting his mother would come around. He kept saying she just needed time to adjust. Time to adjust to what exactly? Her son being happy? Her son being married to someone who wasn't her chosen candidate? I started to realize that my husband's passivity wasn't kindness or patience. It was cowardice. Plain and simple cowardice. He was terrified of confronting his mother, terrified of setting boundaries, terrified of choosing me over her feelings. Every time I brought it up, he'd say things like, "She's just set in her ways," or, "That's just how she is," or my personal favorite, "She means well." She did not mean well. Nobody who means well invites their son's ex-girlfriend to family events specifically to make the current wife uncomfortable. Nobody who means well spends an entire dinner listing all the ways the ex was superior. Nobody who means well does any of this. But my husband had been trained since childhood to accept his mother's behavior, to excuse it, to enable it. He'd spent his entire life walking on eggshells around her moods, and he'd gotten so good at it that he didn't even realize he was doing it anymore. The situation with the wedding seating arrangement should have been my breaking point. It really should have been. We'd carefully planned the family table. Immediate family only. My parents, his parents, my maid of honor, who was my sister, and his best man, who was his brother. 6 people, a perfect number for a round table, elegant and intimate. The morning of the wedding, I found the ex sitting at our family table during the rehearsal, chatting with my mother-in-law like they were old friends catching up over brunch. She was laughing at something my mother-in-law said, touching her arm affectionately, looking completely at home at my wedding rehearsal. When I questioned it, trying to keep my voice calm and level because I was already stressed about 17 other wedding details, my mother-in-law looked at me with wide, innocent eyes. "Oh, didn't I tell you? I invited her because she's practically family. She's been part of our lives for so long. It would feel wrong not to include her in this special day. My special day. My wedding." And she'd invited my husband's ex-girlfriend to sit at the family table like she was the bride's long-lost sister or something. I had to physically remove a name card at my own wedding. My hands were shaking with anger, frustration, and disbelief. My maid of honor, my sister, who has never minced words in her entire life, took one look at my face and marched over to my mother-in-law. "She's not sitting here. She's not sitting anywhere near the family tables. Actually, why is she even here? This is bizarre." My mother-in-law clutched her pearls, literally clutched them, and said she was just trying to be inclusive. My sister told her there's a difference between being inclusive and being inappropriate, and this was firmly in the inappropriate category. My husband apologized profusely, but did absolutely nothing to prevent it from happening in the first place. He didn't call his mother beforehand to confirm the guest list. He didn't question why an ex-girlfriend would be at the family table. He didn't stand up to his mother or tell her this was crossing a line. He just apologized to me after the fact and expected that to be enough. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But I was getting married in 6 hours, and I didn't have time to process the full scope of how dysfunctional this family dynamic actually was. Year 2 of marriage brought more of the same, only amplified. The ex showed up at my baby shower for my cousin, carrying a gift that was somehow more expensive and more thoughtful than mine. She appeared at my husband's birthday party with a cake she'd baked herself, complete with intricate frosting decorations that spelled out inside jokes I didn't understand. She was there at Christmas, sitting by the fireplace like she belonged there, opening presents my mother-in-law had bought specifically for her, designer handbags, expensive jewelry, gift cards to places I knew for a fact my mother-in-law had never bought me anything from. My sister-in-law pulled me aside at that Christmas gathering and told me she thought the whole situation was absolutely insane, that she'd never seen her mother act this way about anyone else, not even her own ex-boyfriends. She said when she'd broken up with her high school boyfriend, her mother had immediately removed all photos and stopped mentioning him. But with her brother's ex, it was like the woman had earned lifetime membership status in the family, complete with benefits and a permanent seat at every gathering. That conversation was the only thing that kept me sane for months, knowing I wasn't imagining the absolute bizarreness of this dynamic. My sister-in-law admitted she'd tried talking to her mother about it once, suggesting maybe it was time to move on, and her mother had cried for 2 hours about how nobody understood her heart, how she'd loved the ex like a daughter, how she couldn't just turn off those feelings. My sister-in-law told her that yes, actually, you can turn off those feelings when your son marries someone else. Apparently, that conversation hadn't gone well. I started documenting things. Every comment, every comparison, every surprise appearance. I kept a journal, which sounds paranoid, but I needed proof that this was actually happening, that I wasn't losing my mind or being overly sensitive like my husband sometimes suggested. The journal entries were damning. March 12th. MIL mentioned X 7 times during a 2-hour dinner. Compared my pot roast to X's pot roast unfavorably. Said X always knew to add more salt. April 3rd. X at Easter dinner, wore pastel dress, same color as mine. MIL commented that X wore it better. The Thanksgiving incident was what finally broke me. I'd spent 3 days preparing dishes for the family dinner. 3 entire days. I took time off work. I researched recipes. I made everything from scratch because I wanted to prove something, though in retrospect, I'm not sure what I was trying to prove. That I could cook? That I was worthy? That I deserved to be part of this family? I made my grandmother's famous sweet potato casserole, a recipe that had been passed down for 4 generations in my family. It was the dish everyone requested at every holiday. The dish that made my grandmother legendary in our family circles. The recipe was sacred to me. Sweet potatoes mashed with butter and brown sugar, topped with a pecan streusel that crisped perfectly in the oven, with just a hint of cinnamon and nutmeg that made the whole kitchen smell like autumn. My grandmother had taught me how to make it when I was 12 years old, had written down the recipe in her shaky handwriting, had told me this was our family's legacy. I'd made it every Thanksgiving since she'd passed away, and people always said it tasted exactly like hers. It was the one dish I knew I could nail, the one thing I knew would be perfect. I arrived at my mother-in-law's house early to help set up, carrying my grandmother's casserole dish wrapped in towels to keep it warm. The house smelled amazing, like turkey and stuffing and all the traditional Thanksgiving foods. And then I walked into the kitchen and saw it. Another sweet potato casserole. Same dish, same pecan topping, sitting on the counter like it had every right to be there. The ex was standing next to it, smiling at my mother-in-law, accepting compliments on how beautiful it looked. I stood there in the doorway holding my casserole, feeling like I'd been punched in the stomach. My mother-in-law turned and saw me, and her face did this thing. This little flash of satisfaction before she arranged her features into false surprise. "Oh, Bryn, you brought sweet potato casserole too? What a funny coincidence. Well, I guess we'll have 2 to choose from." It wasn't a coincidence. She'd asked the ex to bring that specific dish. She'd given her my family recipe, the one my husband had seen me make dozens of times, the one he'd raved about to his family. When it came time to serve dinner, my mother-in-law made a big show of tasting both casseroles. She took a forkful of mine, chewing slowly, her face neutral. Then she took a forkful of the ex's, and her whole face lit up like she just tasted heaven. "Oh my goodness! This is incredible. Everyone has to try this one." She held up the ex's casserole dish. "I think hers is better. Don't you all agree?" She asked this to the entire table. 23 people all watching this humiliation unfold in real time. Some people looked uncomfortable and stayed silent. Others, the ones who'd always taken my mother-in-law's side in everything, nodded enthusiastically and agreed that yes, the ex's version was superior, fluffier, better spice balance, perfect sweetness. My mother-in-law served the ex's casserole to everyone at the table, dolloping generous portions onto plates, raving about every bite. My casserole sat on the side table, untouched, a monument to my inadequacy. I watched 23 people eat that woman's version of my grandmother's recipe, while mine sat there getting cold and congealed like a rejected science project at a school fair. I excused myself to the bathroom and cried for 15 minutes. Ugly crying. The kind where your mascara runs and your nose gets all red and you make those gasping sounds that you hope nobody can hear through the door. When I came back, my husband was still sitting there eating the ex's casserole, completely oblivious to the fact that his mother had just publicly humiliated his wife. He was laughing at something his uncle said, had a napkin tucked into his collar, looked perfectly content with the world. That image is burned into my brain forever. Him eating that casserole, smiling, while I stood in the doorway with swollen eyes and a shattered heart. That was the moment I realized I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't keep pretending this was normal. I couldn't keep being the understanding wife who smiled through the disrespect. I couldn't keep setting myself on fire to keep his family warm. Something had to change or I had to leave. There was no middle ground left, no compromise that would make this situation tolerable. Either he stood up for me or I walked. Simple as that. 3 weeks later, I found out I was pregnant. 12 weeks along, actually, which meant I'd been pregnant during the Thanksgiving disaster and hadn't even known. I'd been so stressed about the family situation that I'd barely noticed I'd missed 2 periods. I chalked it up to stress because stress does weird things to your body, and I'd been chronically stressed for approximately 3 years straight. But when I started feeling nauseous in the mornings and couldn't stomach coffee anymore, which for me is basically a sign of the apocalypse, I took a test. Actually, I took 4 tests, all positive. for little windows with 2 lines, for pieces of plastic telling me I was growing a human. The doctor confirmed it with an ultrasound. I sat in that examination room staring at the tiny blob on the screen, listening to the rapid whoosh 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 of the heartbeat, thinking about what kind of grandmother my mother-in-law would be. Would she compare my parenting to the ex's hypothetical parenting? Would she invite the ex to my baby's birthday parties? Would she show up at the hospital when I gave birth and ask if the ex could be in the delivery room, too? The thought made me physically ill, more ill than the morning sickness already making me feel. The technician printed out ultrasound photos for me. These grainy, black and white images where you could barely make out what was supposedly a baby. She smiled and said, "Congratulations," told me everything looked healthy and normal, and gave me pamphlets about prenatal vitamins and what to expect in the coming months. I thanked her and left the office, sat in my car in the parking lot for 20 minutes, just staring at those ultrasound photos, trying to feel happy, trying to feel anything other than dread. I didn't tell my husband right away. I needed time to think, time to figure out what I was going to do. Could I bring a child into this family dynamic? Could I subject my kid to growing up with a grandmother who valued an ex-girlfriend more than her own grandchild? Could I trust my husband to protect our child when he'd failed to protect me for 3 solid years? These weren't rhetorical questions. These were real concerns that kept me up at night, staring at the ceiling, feeling this tiny person growing inside me and wondering if I was making a terrible mistake. But fate, or maybe just terrible timing, forced my hand. My mother-in-law called 2 days after I found out about the pregnancy, using that fake, sweet voice she always used when she was about to do something awful. "Hi, sweetheart. I'm planning a little family dinner for this weekend. Nothing fancy, just close family. I'd love for you and my son to come." I could hear it in her voice before she even said it. That little note of guilty anticipation. And then she said it, "Oh, and I invited a few friends too, including, well, you know who. I hope that's okay. She's been going through a hard time lately, and I thought it would be nice to include her." Something inside me snapped. I told my husband about the pregnancy right there in our kitchen, just blurted it out without any of the cute announcement I'd been planning. "I'm pregnant. 12 weeks and I'm done." He stared at me like I'd spoken in a foreign language. "You're what? You're pregnant? That's amazing. That's incredible. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" He moved to hug me, but I stepped back. His smile faltered. "What do you mean you're done?" I told him his mother had exactly one choice to make. She could have a relationship with her future grandchild, or she could continue her bizarre obsession with his ex-girlfriend. But she couldn't have both. I was drawing a line, and if she crossed it, she would never meet this baby. Never. Not at the hospital, not at birthdays, not at holidays. If she wanted to keep playing house with his ex, she could do it without us and without her grandchild. My husband started to say something about his mother meaning well, about her just being attached to the past, but I cut him off. My voice was shaking and I could feel tears starting, but I kept talking. "She humiliated me at Thanksgiving. She invited your ex to be a co-host at our engagement party. She tried to seat her at our wedding table. She compares me to her constantly, and you just sit there and let it happen. I have spent 3 years of my life being told I'm not good enough, and I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not raising a child in this environment." I told him if he didn't support me on this, if he didn't stand up to his mother right now, immediately, I would leave. I would pack my bags, take our unborn child, and leave. And he could explain to everyone why his marriage fell apart. Maybe he could invite his ex to his divorce party. She could help pick out the decorations. I was serious. Dead serious. He could see it in my face, hear it in my voice. This wasn't a bluff or an ultimatum I'd back down from. This was happening one way or another. That seemed to wake him up. Something clicked in his brain, some survival instinct that finally overrode years of conditioning. He looked at me, really looked at me, and I think for the first time in our marriage, he understood how close he was to losing everything. How close I was to walking out that door and never coming back. How serious I was about every word I'd just said. He picked up his phone right there, right in front of me, and opened his contacts, found the ex's number, and blocked it. Just blocked it. No hesitation, no second thoughts. Then he called his mother. She answered on the second ring, her voice bright and cheery. Hi, honey. Have you talked to Bryn about dinner? I'm making that roast you love so much. He cut her off. Mom, we need to talk. Bryn is pregnant and you need to make a choice right now. Either you stop inviting my ex to family events and stop comparing Bryn to her, or you don't get to be part of this baby's life at all. No hospital visits, no birthdays, nothing. I could hear my mother-in-law's voice change through the phone, going from cheerful to shocked to defensive in about 3 seconds. What? What are you talking about? I'm just trying to keep everyone included. I don't understand why you're being so unreasonable. She's like family to me. My husband's jaw tightened. She's not family, Mom. She's my ex-girlfriend from over 5 years ago. Bryn is your daughter-in-law. Bryn is carrying your grandchild. And if you can't prioritize them over someone I used to date, then you've made your choice. My mother-in-law started crying. I could hear it through the phone. Those dramatic sobs that she'd always used to manipulate situations in her favor. How can you do this to me? How can you make me choose? I love you. I love you so much. I just want everyone to be happy. Why are you punishing me for caring too much? My husband actually rolled his eyes, which I'd never seen him do when talking to his mother. I'm not punishing you. I'm setting a boundary. You have until the end of the week to decide. He hung up, just hung up on his crying mother. Something I'd never witnessed in 3 years of marriage. We sat in silence for a long time. I wanted to feel relieved, but instead I just felt exhausted. 3 years of this nonsense, and it took me threatening to leave and announcing a pregnancy for him to finally do something about it. Better late than never, I suppose, but the resentment was already there, sitting between us like a third person at the table. I appreciated what he'd just done, but I also couldn't forget the 3 years of inaction that preceded it. The week passed with excruciating slowness. My mother-in-law didn't call, didn't text, nothing. Radio silence. I wasn't sure if she was punishing us with the silent treatment or actually taking time to think about her choice. My husband checked his phone obsessively, waiting for a message that never came. He tried to call her twice, but she didn't answer. He left voicemails that went unreturned. I could see the worry and hurt on his face. Could see him grappling with the reality that his mother might actually choose his ex over him. When the deadline arrived, my father-in-law called instead. His voice was shaking when he told us that his wife had made her choice. I put the phone on speaker so I could hear. She chose her, my father-in-law said, his voice breaking. I tried to talk to her, tried to make her see reason, but she said she couldn't abandon someone who needed her. Said the ex has been through so much and depends on her support. She said you two would be fine without her, but the ex wouldn't be. My husband asked his father to repeat it, like he couldn't possibly have heard correctly. Are you saying Mom chose my ex-girlfriend over her own grandchild? His voice was flat, emotionless, like he was in shock. That's what I'm saying, my father-in-law confirmed. I'm so sorry, son. I tried. I really tried. I don't understand her reasoning. I don't understand any of this. But yes, she chose to maintain her relationship with your ex, rather than be part of your child's life. My husband went pale. All the color drained from his face in an instant. He hung up the phone and just sat there on the couch staring at nothing, his hands shaking slightly. I didn't know what to say. What do you say when someone's mother picks their ex over them? When she chooses a woman who hasn't been in her son's life romantically for over 5 years over her own flesh and blood? I sat next to him and held his hand, and we stayed like that for hours. He kept saying he couldn't believe it, couldn't understand how she could do this. I could believe it. I'd seen this coming from a mile away, had watched this train wreck build up speed for 3 years. But hearing it out loud still felt like a punch to the gut, like confirmation that yes, it really was that bad. Yes, she really did value the ex more than her own son and future grandchild. Yes, we really had been fighting a losing battle this entire time. The insanity of it was almost impressive in its scope. We thought that was the end of it. We thought we could move forward, build our little family of 3, leave the dysfunction behind us. We were wrong, so incredibly wrong. 2 weeks later, my father-in-law called again. This time, his voice wasn't just shaking. It was panicked. He was breathing hard, like he'd been running or was having an anxiety attack. "You need to sit down for this," he said. "Both of you need to sit down right now." He told us the ex was pregnant and she was claiming the baby was my husband's. The words hung in the air like a grenade that had just had its pin pulled. I felt the blood drain from my face, felt my hands go numb. My husband grabbed the phone and started shouting, his voice cracking with emotion. "What the hell are you talking about? I haven't seen or spoken to her in over 5 years. I've barely looked at her during those forced family dinners." My father-in-law said the ex had called his wife, crying hysterically, saying she'd been seeing my husband in secret for months and now she was pregnant and didn't know what to do. Said they'd been having an affair, sneaking around, meeting up when I wasn't around. My mother-in-law had apparently believed her immediately, without question, without asking for any proof or timeline. And now she was demanding that my husband do the right thing and take responsibility for this supposed baby. Demanding that he leave me, move in with the ex, be a father to the ex's child. I started laughing, not because it was funny, but because the alternative was screaming or breaking things or completely falling apart. My husband hadn't touched that woman in over 5 years. He'd barely looked at her during the forced family dinners. During those horrible Thanksgiving and Christmas gatherings, he'd actively avoided her, sat as far away as possible, kept conversations brief and superficial. The idea that they'd been having some secret affair was so ridiculous. It would have been hilarious if it wasn't so devastating, if it wasn't threatening to destroy everything. When I managed to ask, my voice shaky, "When does she claim this happened?" My father-in-law said the ex was being vague about details, just saying it had been going on for months, that they'd been meeting up whenever they could find time. My husband was pacing now, running his hands through his hair, his face red with anger and panic. "That's impossible. That's completely impossible. I'm never alone. I'm either at work or with Bryn or with friends. When exactly was I supposed to be having this affair?" We spent the next 2 days building our case. Not 2 hours. 2 full days of gathering every piece of evidence we could find. My husband took time off work. I called in sick. We treated it like the investigation it was because our entire marriage was on trial based on a lie. Day 1, we focused on digital evidence. Every calendar entry for the past year cross-referenced with his work schedule, his Google Maps timeline showing every place his phone had been. Text messages, emails, anything that showed where he was and who he was with. We found his gym membership records showing badge swipes every Monday and Thursday morning at 6 o'clock. His office building security logs going back 90 days showing exactly when he entered and left each day. Day 2, we tackled finances and witnesses. Credit card statements going back 18 months, printed out and highlighted. Every charge accounted for, from our regular grocery store to the gas station near our house to restaurants we'd gone to together. We called friends, coworkers, his gym trainer, anyone who could verify his whereabouts and routine. His best friend confirmed their Wednesday evening basketball games. His coworker confirmed their Friday lunches. Every piece fit together perfectly. No gaps, no mysteries, no unexplained absences. My sister came over on day 2 with her professional camera. She spent hours photographing every document, every statement, every piece of evidence. She interviewed my husband like a lawyer deposing a witness, asking detailed questions about his schedule, his habits, his interactions with the ex at family events. She created a digital folder, backed everything up in 3 places, organized it all by date and category. By the time she was done, we had a case file that would make a prosecutor jealous. I called the ex's number, which my husband had unblocked for this specific purpose. My hands were shaking as I dialed. She answered on the 3rd ring, her voice soft and hesitant. "Hello." I didn't waste time with pleasantries. "This is Bryn. You have 24 hours to provide a dated ultrasound and agree to a paternity test done at a facility of our choosing, or we will take legal action for defamation, slander, and emotional distress. Do you understand?" There was a pause. I could hear her breathing on the other end. Then she hung up. Just hung up without saying a word. My mother-in-law called immediately after, within literally 30 seconds, which told me the ex had her on speed dial. She was screaming. Actually screaming. So loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. "How dare you harass a pregnant woman? How dare you threaten her? She's vulnerable and scared, and you're being cruel and heartless. What kind of person are you? I told her the only heartless person in this situation was her. And if she wanted proof, she could look in the mirror. That maybe she should ask herself why she was so quick to believe a woman she barely knew over her own son. Why she was willing to destroy her relationship with her son based on absolutely zero evidence. What kind of mother does that? My husband took the phone from me before I could say something I'd really regret. He told his mother that unless she could provide concrete evidence of this supposed affair, actual proof beyond the word of a woman who had every reason to lie, she needed to stop calling us, stop harassing us, stop believing every dramatic claim without bothering to verify it. She started crying, those same manipulative sobs she always used. My son has changed. You've poisoned him against his own family. He never used to talk to me like this. What have you done to him? He told her that she had destroyed their relationship all on her own. That if there was any poison involved, she was the one who'd been spreading it for 3 years. 3 years of comparisons, 3 years of disrespect, 3 years of prioritizing his ex over his wife. This wasn't sudden. This had been building for a long time, and she'd ignored every warning sign, every boundary attempt, every hint that her behavior was unacceptable. Then he hung up. Actually hung up on his crying mother for the second time in 2 weeks. The next day, my mother-in-law started posting on social media. Vague posts about betrayal and disappointment, about how children grow up and forget their parents, about how some people show their true colors when things get difficult, about how grandmother's rights matter, too, about how she was being punished for loving too much. The posts were carefully crafted to make her look like a victim without providing any actual context. Her friends commented with supportive messages, dozens of them. I'm so sorry you're going through this. You deserve better. Family should stick together. I can't believe they're treating you this way. Praying for you. None of them knew the full story, of course. They just knew her version, which painted her as the doting mother being cruelly cut off by her ungrateful son and evil daughter-in-law. She was spinning a narrative, building a support system, preparing for war. My husband's extended family started taking sides based on those posts. His aunt called to tell him he should be ashamed of himself, that his mother had always been nothing but loving and supportive, that we were breaking her heart. His uncle sent a long text message about family loyalty and responsibility, about how you don't abandon your mother over minor disagreements. His cousins unfriended me on social media, blocked me, started liking and sharing my mother-in-law's posts with comments about how sad it is when families fall apart. It was like watching a slow-motion car crash, seeing the family fracture and divide based on my mother-in-law's carefully crafted narrative. She was good at this, had probably been doing this kind of manipulation for decades. Only a handful of relatives reached out to ask our side of the story. My husband's uncle on the other side of the family called and said something didn't add up, that he'd noticed the strange dynamic with the ex at family gatherings and had always thought it was weird. My husband's cousin, who was more like a sister to him, called crying and saying she believed us, that she'd seen firsthand how their mother treated me. But the rest? They just assumed we were the problem. Assumed we were cruel for cutting off this poor, loving mother who just wanted to be part of her grandchild's life. They didn't know about the 3 years of comparisons. Didn't know about the Thanksgiving humiliation. Didn't know about the wedding seating debacle or the constant presence of the ex at every gathering. They just knew what my mother-in-law told them. And she told them we were the villains in this story. My father-in-law called 4 days later. His voice was different this time. Flat, exhausted, defeated. He sounded like he'd aged 20 years in a week. I need to come over and talk to you both in person. This can't be a phone conversation. Can I come over now? We said yes, and he showed up 30 minutes later. When he arrived, he looked terrible. Bags under his eyes, unshaven. His clothes wrinkled like he'd slept in them. He looked like he'd been through hell. He sat down at our kitchen table and asked for a glass of water. His hands were shaking as he drank it. Then he told us he'd been doing some investigating of his own. He said something had felt wrong from the beginning, from that very first phone call about the ex being pregnant. His wife had been too nervous, too insistent, too eager to believe the worst about their son. It didn't sit right with him. He knew his wife could be difficult and controlling, but this seemed extreme even for her. He'd started going through their finances, bank statements from accounts his wife didn't know he had access to, joint accounts that sent him monthly statements via email, statements she thought he never looked at. And he found withdrawals, hundreds of them over the past 3 years. Small amounts, mostly $20 or $30 here and there, never enough to be immediately noticeable, but sometimes larger amounts, $100 or $200. They added up, thousands upon thousands of dollars, all withdrawn in cash over the course of 3 years, all impossible to trace to specific purchases. When he confronted his wife about the money, showing her printed statements with the withdrawals highlighted, she tried to lie at first, said it was for groceries and personal expenses. But he'd done the math. The amount was far beyond what anyone would need for reasonable personal expenses, especially when their regular bills and groceries were paid from the same account via debit card. He pressed her, told her he wasn't stupid, told her he knew something was going on and she needed to come clean. She'd broken down completely. Not the fake crying she did for manipulation, but real crying. The kind where you can't breathe properly and your whole body shakes. She confessed everything. Confessed through sobs that yes, the withdrawals had been going to the ex monthly payments, sometimes weekly, funding her rent, her car payments, her utilities, her life. My mother-in-law had been secretly supporting her for years, paying her bills, buying her groceries, keeping her financially dependent and emotionally close, keeping her available. When she found out I was pregnant, announced at that disastrous dinner where she'd been given her ultimatum, she'd panicked. This meant her son's marriage was real, permanent, producing offspring. The ex was being pushed out of the picture, and her fantasy of getting them back together was dying. So, she called the ex that same night and suggested something drastic. My father-in-law's voice shook as he explained what he'd discovered. After confronting his wife about the withdrawals, she'd broken down and confessed everything. The payments to the ex, the constant updates about our lives, and worst of all, the fake pregnancy scheme. He demanded to see proof, and in her panic state, she'd unlocked her phone to show him one message, thinking it would help her case. Instead, he'd taken the phone and found hundreds more. My father-in-law pulled out his phone and showed us screenshots of text messages between his wife and the ex, messages going back months, discussing the plan in detail, discussing timing, discussing how to make it believable, discussing what to say and when to say it. My mother-in-law had even offered to pay for fake ultrasound images if needed. She told the ex that once my husband left me, they could all be a family again, the way it was supposed to be. I felt sick, actually physically sick. My husband got up and walked out of the room. I heard him in the bathroom, and I'm pretty sure he was vomiting. My father-in-law sat there with tears in his eyes, apologizing over and over. He said he'd never imagined his wife was capable of something like this, that he thought she was just overly attached, maybe a bit delusional, but not malicious, not cruel. This was cruel. This was calculated and deliberate and designed to destroy our marriage and hurt their own grandchild in the process. The ex sent an email the next morning. A long, rambling confession about how she wasn't pregnant, had never been pregnant, had agreed to the plan because she was desperate to get my husband back, and my mother-in-law had convinced her it would work. She said she was sorry, that she knew it was wrong, but she'd been so lonely, and my mother-in-law had been so persuasive. She made herself sound like a victim, like she'd been manipulated, too. Maybe she had been, but she'd also been a willing participant in a scheme to destroy my family. My husband forwarded the email to every single family member, every aunt, uncle, cousin, grandparent. He added a message explaining the entire situation, the timeline we'd constructed, the bank statements his father had found, the text messages between his mother and the ex. He laid it all out in excruciating detail. Then he blocked anyone who tried to defend his mother or minimize what she'd done. His aunt, who'd called him shameful, blocked. His uncle who'd lectured about family loyalty, blocked. His cousins who'd unfriended me, blocked. Within hours, people started calling. Some to apologize, some to express shock and disbelief. Some to say they'd always thought his mother was a bit odd, but had never imagined this level of dysfunction. A few family members doubled down, insisting we must have done something to push his mother to such extremes, that family should forgive family. Those people got blocked, too. My husband was done. Completely done. And honestly, so was I. My father-in-law told us he was leaving his wife. He said he couldn't stay married to someone who would do this to their own child, who would try to destroy their son's marriage and lie about their future grandchild. He said he'd been making excuses for her behavior for decades, but this was beyond excuse. This was beyond forgiveness. He packed his things and moved into a hotel that same week, and within the month he'd filed for divorce. My mother-in-law hired a lawyer and threatened to sue us for defamation. She claimed we damaged her reputation by sharing private information without her consent. Our lawyer sent her a letter explaining that truth is an absolute defense against defamation, and if she wanted to pursue legal action, we had hundreds of pages of evidence we'd be happy to present in court. We also had grounds for a countersuit for emotional distress, harassment, and attempted fraud. She dropped the threat immediately. The ex moved out of state within 2 weeks. Just packed up and left. Couldn't handle the fallout and the public shame. Apparently, several people had contacted her directly after my husband forwarded that confession email. Some expressing disappointment, some expressing anger, some just wanting to know why she'd done it. She changed her phone number, deleted her social media accounts, and disappeared. I heard through the grapevine that she'd moved somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, started over with a new job and new friends who didn't know anything about this disaster. Good riddance to her and her desperate attempt to recapture a relationship that had ended over 5 years ago. At my 16-week checkup, my doctor noticed my blood pressure was dangerously high, 160/95, which is well into the hypertensive range, especially dangerous for pregnancy. She asked about stress levels, and I laughed. I actually laughed out loud in the examination room. This slightly hysterical sound that made the nurse look concerned. Stress levels? Where do I even begin? Should I start with the mother-in-law who chose my husband's ex over her own grandchild? Or jump straight to the conspiracy to fake a pregnancy and destroy my marriage? Or maybe discuss the family members who believed I was some kind of manipulative villain who'd poisoned my husband against his poor innocent mother? My doctor looked at my chart, looked at me with genuine concern in her eyes, and told me in no uncertain terms that I needed to be on bed rest immediately. Complete bed rest, no work, no stress, nothing that could spike my blood pressure further. She said if my blood pressure stayed this high, I was at serious risk for preeclampsia, which could be life-threatening for both me and the baby. She wanted me horizontal as much as possible, only getting up for bathroom breaks and gentle walks around the house once a day. No cooking, no cleaning, no answering stressful phone calls. My only job was to stay calm and let this baby grow. My husband took a full week off work to take care of me. Used all his vacation days without hesitation. He cooked every meal, handled all the cleaning, did laundry, managed the ongoing family drama, screened phone calls, responded to emails. He set up the bedroom like a recovery suite, brought in a mini fridge so I could have snacks and water within reach, set up my laptop on a bed so I could watch shows, brought me books from the library about pregnancy and parenting. He brought me 3 meals a day on a tray, helped me to the bathroom when I needed it, read to me when I was bored with television. It was the most present he'd been in our entire marriage, and it only took a complete emotional apocalypse and a medical emergency to get us there. I didn't know whether to be grateful that he was finally stepping up, or furious that it had taken this long, that it had taken my health being at risk. I settled on both. I could hold 2 emotions at once. I could appreciate what he was doing now while also remembering the 3 years he'd stood by and watched his mother tear me down. Both things could be true simultaneously. We started therapy during my bed rest, individual sessions and couples sessions, all done via video call from the bedroom since I couldn't leave the house. My therapist specialized in family trauma and narcissistic personality disorders, and she listened to my story with increasingly wide eyes. She made notes, lots of notes, and at one point actually said, "This is one of the more extreme cases of mother-son enmeshment I've encountered." She told me what I already knew deep down, that my mother-in-law's behavior was abusive, that it had been abusive for years, and that my husband had been conditioned since childhood to accept and enable it. She explained concepts like emotional incest, where a parent treats a child as an emotional spouse, making the child responsible for the parent's happiness and emotional regulation. She explained triangulation, where my mother-in-law had inserted the ex into our relationship to create conflict and maintain control. She explained love bombing and intermittent reinforcement, patterns my mother-in-law had used to keep both my husband and the ex dependent on her approval. She said the fact that my husband had finally stood up to her was a huge step, possibly the biggest step he'd ever taken in his life, but that we had years of patterns to unlearn and repair. My husband's therapist, a man who'd specialized in helping people recover from manipulative family systems, said similar things. He talked about enmeshment, about toxic family dynamics, about learned helplessness, and the fog of fear, obligation, and guilt that keeps people trapped in unhealthy relationships. He helped my husband understand that his mother's love had always come with conditions, that she'd raised him to prioritize her feelings over his own, over anyone's, that his sense of normal had been calibrated wrong from childhood, that what he'd been taught was love was actually control dressed up in maternal instinct. He started to see how deep the damage went, how many of his behaviors and reactions were rooted in a childhood spent managing his mother's emotions instead of developing his own. He'd been trained to read her moods, anticipate her needs, prevent her distress at all costs. He'd learned that his own feelings didn't matter, that setting boundaries was selfish, that saying no was a betrayal. His therapist said, "This conditioning runs so deep that it feels like truth, feels like love, feels like what family is supposed to be. Breaking free from it requires essentially rewiring your entire understanding of relationships." In couples therapy, we talked about trust, about how I'd been asking him for 3 years to set boundaries and he'd only done it when I threatened to leave, about how that had damaged my faith in him, in us, in our future together, about how I'd been fighting this battle alone while he sat on the sidelines making excuses. He cried, actual tears which I'd rarely seen from him. He apologized, said he understood why I'd felt abandoned, why I'd felt betrayed by his inaction. His therapist had him write a letter to his mother, not to send, just to process his feelings. He wrote 23 pages. 23 pages of anger and hurt and confusion and grief. He read parts of it to me and I cried listening to him finally articulate what he'd been feeling all these years. The guilt, the obligation, the fear of disappointing her, the desperate need for her approval. It was heartbreaking. Then he wrote a second letter. This one was to send. It was 2 pages long and laid out clear boundaries. No contact for at least 6 months, mandatory therapy for her during that time with proof of attendance, a genuine apology, not to him but to me, acknowledging what she'd done and the harm she'd caused. And even then, he said he wasn't promising forgiveness or reconciliation. He was only promising to consider the possibility. Her response came 3 days later. 7 pages of justification and blame. She admitted to nothing. She said she'd only been trying to protect her son from making a mistake, that she'd always known I wasn't right for him, that the ex was the better choice. She said I'd manipulated him, turned him against her, poisoned him with my bitterness. She said she'd done nothing wrong, and she certainly wasn't going to apologize for loving her son too much. We updated every legal document we had, medical power of attorney, emergency contacts, life insurance beneficiaries, will, and testament. We removed my mother-in-law from everything and replaced her with my father-in-law and my sister. We consulted with a lawyer about grandparent rights in our state and documented everything. Every text message, every voicemail, every piece of evidence we might need if she tried to sue for visitation later. She showed up at our house twice. The first time my husband answered the door and told her to leave. She refused, said she had a right to see her son, to talk to him. He told her if she didn't leave immediately, he'd call the police. She started crying, making a scene on our front porch. The neighbors came out to watch. My husband called the police anyway. They asked her to leave and she did, but not before shouting at him that he'd regret this, that family was forever, that I'd destroyed everything. The second time we weren't home. She tried to get in through the back door, actually attempted to break the lock. Our security camera caught everything. We took the footage to the police and filed for a restraining order. The judge granted it immediately after seeing the footage and reading our documentation of harassment. My mother-in-law was ordered to stay at least 500 feet away from our property and have no contact with either of us. My blood pressure slowly returned to normal. The bed rest helped, as did the therapy, as did finally having some peace and distance from the chaos. By my 20th week, my doctor cleared me to resume normal activities, though she warned me to avoid stress as much as possible. I almost laughed. Avoid stress? Sure, I'll just avoid my entire life for the next 20 weeks. We decided to do a small gender reveal party. Just the people who'd supported us through everything. My father-in-law, my sister, my best friend from college, my husband's best friend who'd been horrified by the whole situation. 11 people total. We ordered a cake, the kind where the inside reveals the gender when you cut it. My husband and I cut it together, and the inside was pink. A girl. We were having a daughter. Everyone cheered and congratulated us. But I felt this strange mix of joy and terror. Joy because I'd wanted a daughter. Terror because now I had to figure out how to raise her in the aftermath of all this. How to protect her from the kind of toxic love that had damaged her father. My husband squeezed my hand and whispered that we'd figure it out together. That we'd do better than his parents did. I hoped he was right. My father-in-law started coming around more often, not to mediate or push reconciliation, just to be there, to be a grandfather. He brought baby gifts, helped set up the nursery, asked questions about our birth plan. He was genuinely trying to build a relationship with us separate from his wife. It was strange at first seeing him without her, but it was also nice. He was different when she wasn't around. Calmer, funnier, more present. The divorce proceedings were apparently brutal. My mother-in-law fought for everything. Tried to claim she deserved half of assets she hadn't contributed to. Hired an expensive lawyer to drag things out. My father-in-law's lawyer presented the bank statements showing the secret withdrawals to the ex as evidence of financial misconduct. The judge was not impressed with my mother-in-law's explanations. She ended up with far less than she'd hoped for in the settlement. Word reached us through family members that she was court-ordered to attend therapy as part of the divorce proceedings. Apparently, my father-in-law had documented years of emotional manipulation and control, and the judge had concerns about her mental health. She was going, supposedly, but according to the family grapevine, she spent most sessions talking about how everyone had betrayed her. Her therapist was reportedly earning every penny. I went into labor at 38 weeks, right on schedule. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and the contractions hit like a freight train. My husband panicked, couldn't find the hospital bag we'd packed weeks ago, ran around the house grabbing random items. I had to tell him 3 times that yes, the bag was in the closet where I told him it was. Men, even in crisis, they can't find things right in front of them. Labor lasted 14 hours. 14 long, painful hours of contractions and breathing exercises, and my husband trying to be supportive while also looking like he might pass out. The nurses kept offering him a chair, asking if he needed water. I told them to focus on me. I was the one actually pushing a human out of my body. He held my hand through all of it, though never left my side. Whispered encouragement even when I told him to shut up. Our daughter was born at 4:17 in the afternoon, weighing 7 pounds and 3 ounces. She had her father's nose and my eyes, a shocking amount of dark hair, and the loudest cry I'd ever heard. The nurses cleaned her up and placed her on my chest, and I looked at this tiny person and felt overwhelmed by the responsibility of keeping her safe, keeping her healthy, keeping her away from the kind of toxicity that had defined our family for too long. My husband cried when he held her. Real tears, not the polite moisture he'd shown in therapy. He kept saying, "She's perfect. She's so perfect." He couldn't believe she was ours. I watched him with our daughter and saw something shift in his face. This was real now. We weren't just fighting for our marriage anymore. We were fighting for her childhood, for her right to grow up without manipulation and conditional love. The first few months were a blur of sleepless nights and diaper changes and figuring out how to be parents. My father-in-law visited often, always calling first, always respecting our space and boundaries. He was a surprisingly good grandfather, patient and gentle with our daughter. He told us once that he wished he'd been more present when my husband was young, that maybe things would have been different if he'd stood up to his wife sooner. Better late than never, I suppose. We heard through the grapevine that my mother-in-law was still in therapy, still insisting she'd done nothing wrong. A few family members who'd initially supported her eventually came around after seeing the evidence we'd shared, after hearing multiple sides of the story. Some sent apology messages. We accepted a few, mostly from people who'd been genuinely misled rather than actively malicious. Others remained blocked. Forgiveness has limits. My sister-in-law, who'd always been on our side, told us that their mother had tried to show up at her house once, demanding information about the baby. My sister-in-law had threatened to call the police and reminded her about the restraining order that, while specific to our house, demonstrated a pattern of harassment. My mother-in-law left, but apparently sent a series of text messages calling her own daughter a traitor. My sister-in-law blocked her after that. Our daughter is 6 months old now. She's healthy, happy, hitting all her milestones. She smiles when she sees her grandfather, reaches for her father when he comes home from work, falls asleep on my chest during late-night feedings. Our marriage is stronger than it was before, though that's a low bar considering how close we came to divorce. We still go to therapy, still work on communication, still navigate the aftermath of those 3 years of toxicity. My mother-in-law remains court-ordered in therapy, though reports suggest she's made minimal progress. She's not allowed contact with us, and we have no intention of lifting that restriction anytime soon. Some relatives have quietly resumed contact with her, and we've accepted that we can't control what other people do. We can only control our own boundaries and our own family. Several family members remain permanently blocked. Their choice to defend her manipulation is more important to them than having a relationship with us. My husband is different now. More assertive, more present, more willing to prioritize our little family over his extended one. He's in year 2 of therapy and finally starting to unpack decades of conditioning and guilt. He's learning that setting boundaries doesn't make him a bad son, that protecting his wife and daughter doesn't make him disloyal. It's hard work, and some days are better than others, but he's trying. That's more than he did for the first 3 years of our marriage. I look at our daughter sometimes and think about the grandmother she'll never know. Part of me feels sad about that, about the relationship that could have existed if my mother-in-law had been capable of healthy love. But mostly I feel relieved. Relieved that our daughter won't grow up being compared to some idealized version of someone else. Relieved that she won't learn to accept manipulation as love. Relieved that we broke the cycle before it could touch her. The peace we have now is worth everything we lost. The family members who chose sides against us, the holidays spent with just the 2 of us, the complicated explanations we'll eventually have to give our daughter about why she doesn't have a grandmother on her father's side. All of it is worth the peace, worth the knowledge that we're building something healthier, something better, something that doesn't require us to set ourselves on fire to keep other people warm. Some family is worth fighting for. Some family is worth fighting against. And sometimes the bravest thing you can do is recognize the difference and act accordingly. We chose our daughter. We chose each other. We chose peace over approval. And I don't regret it for a single second. This is where we are now. A small family of 3 plus 1 grandfather who's trying to make amends. Living quietly in a house with a restraining order filed against someone who should have loved us unconditionally but loved control more. It's not the fairy tale ending anyone hopes for, but it's real and it's ours. And we're building something genuine from the ashes of something toxic. Some days I'm angry about the 3 years we wasted trying to make it work. Other days I'm grateful we figured it out before our daughter was old enough to remember the chaos. My husband says he can't imagine going back to who he was before. Can't imagine allowing his mother's manipulation to continue. Can't imagine choosing her feelings over our family's well-being. That's growth. That's therapy working. That's what happens when someone finally decides to break free from a lifetime of conditioning. It's messy and painful and requires constant vigilance. But it's worth it. We're worth it. Our daughter is worth it. And that's my story. A mother-in-law who loved an ex-girlfriend more than her own future grandchild. A conspiracy to fake a pregnancy and destroy a marriage. A family fractured by lies and manipulation. And through it all, 2 people who decided to choose each other and their child over the dysfunction that tried to consume them. It's not pretty and it's not over, but we're still here, still standing, still building something better. Now on to the next story. Story 2. I asked my brother not to bring his girlfriend to my wedding. My brother Alan has this girlfriend named Louise, and she literally can't stand not being the center of attention for even 5 minutes. At every family dinner, Every party, every gathering, she always finds a way to make everything revolve around her. Last Thanksgiving, she announced she was pregnant right when my dad was about to carve the turkey. Turned out she wasn't even pregnant. She just wanted to see everyone's reaction. Though when I was planning my wedding with my fiancé, Ryan, I knew I had to do something about the Louise problem. This was going to be my day, the only day that was supposed to be about Ryan and me starting our life together. I called Alan about 3 months before the wedding. Hey, about the wedding, I started. I need to ask you something kind of awkward. What's up? He said, and I could hear him eating cereal in the background. I really don't want Louise to come. I know it sounds harsh, but she always turns everything into drama about herself, and I don't want that stress on my wedding day. The line went silent for about 10 seconds, and suddenly, Alan exploded. Are you seriously telling me this now? Are you uninviting my girlfriend from your wedding? I'm not uninviting her because she was never invited in the first place. The invitation was just for you. It's the same thing. We've been together for 2 years. She's practically family already. I tried to explain that it wasn't personal, that I just wanted one drama-free day, but Alan wouldn't accept it. He told me that if Louise couldn't go, then he wouldn't go either. I told him that was his decision, hoping he'd change his mind. He didn't, and this is where things get crazy. On my wedding day, I was getting my makeup done in the bridal suite when my cousin Madison bursts in, running. You need to see this, she says, shoving her phone in my face. It was Louise's Instagram story. She had posted about 15 videos getting ready, doing her makeup, choosing jewelry, and in the last one, the caption said, "Can't wait to celebrate love today," with the location tagged at our wedding venue. My heart dropped. She was coming anyway. Madison nodded. Alan is outside right now arguing with your dad. He says he changed his mind and decided to bring her. And there I was in my wedding dress, half my makeup done, and I had to deal with this. So I marched out in my robe and slippers. I found Alan by the venue entrance, arguing quietly with Dad. My brother looked strange, nervous, nothing like the confident Alan I knew. "Alan, what's going on here?" I asked directly, no beating around the bush. He turned toward me, and for the first time, I noticed he had dark circles under his eyes. He looked exhausted. "Look, Sarah, I know you said you didn't want her to come, but what?" I interrupted him. "You promised me you'd respect my decision." Dad came closer and put a hand on my shoulder. "Sweetheart, maybe we should talk about this after the ceremony." "No, Dad. We talk about it now," I responded firmly. "This is my wedding day. I'm not starting it with lies." Alan sighed deeply and ran his hand through his hair. "Sarah, there are things you don't know about Louise. Things that I can't tell you." "What kind of things?" I asked, crossing my arms. My brother looked around nervously, as if afraid someone else would hear. "Last night, when I told her we weren't coming to the wedding, she threatened to hurt herself. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach." "What do you mean hurt herself?" "She said if I humiliated her like that, if I made her look like a fool in front of everyone because she'd already been bragging about the wedding on social media, Alan swallowed hard. She would cut her wrists." Dad and I stood in silence. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Alan, that's psychological manipulation," I finally said. "I know," he exploded. "Do you think I don't know? But what am I supposed to do? Risk something happening to her?" I stared at him. My brother, who had always been the stronger of the two of us, looked completely defeated. "When did this start?" I asked. "What? The threats, Alan? When did Louise start threatening you?" He looked away. "They're not just threats, Sarah. Last week, I found sleeping pills scattered all over her bed. She said it had been an accident, but it wasn't." "No, it wasn't," I finished for him. Alan nodded slowly, and when I asked her about it, she started crying and said she felt very depressed because no one in your family accepts her, that she feels rejected, and that maybe it would be better if she just disappeared. I felt anger growing in my chest, but not toward Alan, toward Louise. "Listen to me carefully," I said. taking him by the shoulders. What you're describing to me is emotional abuse, Sarah. No, let me talk. Louise is manipulating you using fear. She's emotionally blackmailing you to control you. Dad intervened. Sarah's right, son. That's not love. That's control. Alan was quiet for a moment, processing our words. But what if she really hurts herself? He asked with a broken voice. I couldn't live with that guilt. Alan, people who really want to hurt themselves don't announce it as a threat to get what they want. I explained. Real mental health problems require professional help, not having their partner give in to all their whims. At that moment, Madison appeared, running toward us. Sarah, Louise just arrived. She's in the parking lot with a super flashy gold dress, and she's taking selfies next to your wedding decorations. Alan closed his eyes and sighed. I don't know what to do anymore. I looked at my brother, then at Dad, then at Madison. An idea began to form in my mind. Alan, do you trust me? What? I'm asking if you trust me. Yes or no? Yes, of course. Then I need you to do exactly what I'm going to tell you, I said, feeling a determination I hadn't felt in months. And Dad, you too. Dad, whatever you need, daughter. First, Alan, you're going to go to Louise and tell her she can stay for the ceremony. But after the reception, you have to leave early because you have a work emergency. But I don't have any emergency. You're going to have one, I interrupted him. Dad, do you know anyone who works in private investigation? Dad frowned. Yes, I have a contact. Why? Because I suspect Louise isn't who she says she is. And if I'm right, we need proof. Madison looked at me curiously. What kind of proof? The kind of proof that shows Alan that all of this has been an act from the beginning, I responded. Madison, I need you to do me a favor. Whatever. I want you to approach Louise during the reception like you're her friend. Compliment her dress. Ask her about her work, her family. Basically, get her to talk about herself. What for? To record the conversation, I said, taking out my phone. Something tells me Louise is going to contradict herself. Compulsive liars always do. Alan looked at me with a strange expression. Sarah, do you really think? Alan, think about it. In 2 years, have you met any of Louise's friends, her family, anyone from her work? My brother stood thinking. Now that you mention it, she always says her family lives very far away and her friends are too busy to socialize. And her work? She says she works from home for a digital marketing company. Have you ever seen any evidence of that work? I asked. Alan frowned. He didn't respond immediately. He just looked at the ground as if not knowing whether to defend her or accept the obvious. Never. She says her clients are private, that she can't show anything because of contracts. I didn't say anything. I just stared at him. His silence spoke louder than any defense. Dad took out his phone. I'm going to call Ernesto, he announced as he walked away. The old guy from your uncle's restaurant. Do you remember, Maddie? Madison nodded. Dad made the call from the car. He came back minutes later with a serious face. He's going to start today. He wants everything. Name, social media, anything. Do you have anything recorded? I'll do it, Madison said. Louise never shuts up. I just have to approach her and ask what she wants to hear. Alan looked increasingly uncomfortable. This isn't right. She's my girlfriend and this is my wedding. I reminded him. The ceremony started shortly after. Everything was going well until Louise appeared in the front row with her gold dress, shiny like metallic paper. She was crying. Seriously, she was crying loudly. At first, I thought she was faking it, but then she started sobbing right when Ryan and I were exchanging vows. It's so beautiful, she said out loud. Everyone turned. Alan looked at her in horror. I looked at her with rage. I wanted to ignore her. I finished my vows with a firm voice, but every word of mine was one step closer to something inevitable. She had come to ruin it. She wasn't going to stop. At the reception, Madison went into action. She approached Louise with a champagne glass and a smile. You look radiant. Is that dress new? I ordered it from Miami, Louise responded, delighted to talk. Alan helped pay for it. He always supports me. Madison was recording with her phone in her jacket. And your work? Are you still doing digital marketing? Yes, of course. Now I have a Canadian cosmetics account, but I can't give names. Minutes later at another table, Louise said she worked for a Mexican company, and when they asked her about her mother, she said she lived in Switzerland. Madison had told me that before she mentioned Argentina. 3 different versions in half an hour. That night, I showed the audios to Dad. His fingers tensed as he held the phone. This is getting serious. Louise was still on the dance floor, laughing. Alan watched her without knowing who he was looking at. I went to the bathroom. She was there touching up her makeup. She turned when she saw me. Sarah, I'm sorry about before. I got emotional. It's okay. I responded without expression. Are you upset with me? I looked at her. Her smile was pure surface. Not yet. When I came out, I noticed that her reflection in the mirror no longer smiled. It was still alert, as if it had heard something behind the door. Louise looked at me one more second before going back to applying lip gloss as if nothing had happened. I left the bathroom without turning around. At the reception, Madison intercepted me with an intense expression. I have 6 minutes recorded. Contradictions everywhere. Work, family, even the story of how she met Alan. At one table, she said it was at a bookstore. At another, at a birthday party. Send me everything, I asked her. Dad already sent the earlier stuff to the investigator. The party continued its course, but I wasn't there anymore. I smiled for photos, cut the cake, toasted, all on autopilot. Meanwhile, Louise kept moving among the guests like a bee in someone else's flower, oblivious to the smoke she left behind. I noticed how some looked at her strangely. Even so, she continued. The next morning, Dad called me early. Ernesto found some things so fast. He starts with the basics. The full name Alan gave him doesn't appear on any payroll of the company she says she represents. And there's more. Her social media only exists from 3 years ago. Everything earlier was deleted or never existed. I was walking around the kitchen with the phone in my hand, still with yesterday's makeup barely erased. And what does that mean? That there's something she doesn't want us to know about her past. Do you have more recordings? Madison's. I'm sending them to you now. I hung up and, on impulse, called Alan. He answered with a low, muted voice. Is something wrong? He asked, though he already knew. Alan, tell me something. How old is Louise? There was silence. 27. I think yesterday she told one of my aunts she was 29. Then to a friend of mine, 25. So it's not normal not to know your age or to make it up or change it depending on who you tell. Alan let out a dry, humorless laugh. Maybe she made a mistake. Did she also make a mistake when she said she knew your mother? What? She told 3 different people different versions about your family. That your mother adores her, that she's never seen her, that you already live together. Do you know what she posted on Instagram today? Thank you for welcoming me as one more in the family. As if this wedding had been for her. Alan didn't respond. I could hear his breathing. He was really listening for the first time in a long time. Dad says there's more. That Ernesto is verifying her legal name. Apparently, she's used other aliases. Did you know anything about that? No. Alan, have you ever seen her ID? No. And you never found that strange? Sarah, I was in love. I didn't think about that. And now? He took his time, but responded, now I'm afraid to think about what I'm going to discover. And he hung up. That night, Dad called me again. This time, his voice was more serious. Sarah, the guy found more serious things. Nothing criminal yet, but concerning. What things? A lawsuit for breach of lease contract. Another for improper use of credit card. Both in another state under a different surname. The photos match. It's her. Just with a different hair color. My throat closed. And Alan? He still doesn't want to hear everything. He says he wants to verify it himself. But listen to this. According to Ernesto, there are records of a restraining order from 4 years ago from a family that accused her of threats and trespassing. Is that order still active? No, it expired. but it remains in the files. I leaned against the kitchen wall. For the first time, I felt a real knot in my stomach. It wasn't just about Alan. It was about all of us. And what do we do now? We wait. We gather everything. And if necessary, we confront her. Louise posted another story that same night. A boomerang toasting with Alan with a romantic song in the background. But in the video, Alan wasn't smiling. His face was to the side, his gaze absent. He had started to notice what we already knew, that the story he was living wasn't real. Alan began to understand that nothing around him was really as he believed. Not the stories, not the gestures, not even the love he thought he had built. And although he didn't say a word, his silence began to have cracks. The day after the wedding, Ernesto, the investigator, asked to speak directly with me. I met him at a downtown cafe. He brought a folder, but he didn't need to open it to know that what was coming wasn't going to please me. "Your brother is tangled up with someone dangerous, Sarah," he said without beating around the bush. "What did you find?" 3 ex-partners, 2 men and 1 woman, all with the same pattern. Fast, enveloping relationships and then threats, emotional blackmail, and in one case, a supposed medical emergency invented to prevent them from leaving her. I leaned back against the chair. "Have you talked to them?" "Yes. I contacted one, Tomas. He lives in another state." As soon as I mentioned the name Louise, or rather Rebecca V., which is how he knew her, he asked me never to mention her again. He told me he was in therapy for a year after getting out of that relationship, that she faked being pregnant to keep him. I had to squeeze my hands on my knees to keep from trembling. And the woman? Similar story. Emotional manipulation, suicide threats, constant crying, social isolation. She convinced her to move in together and then left her in debt. I felt nauseous, not because of the details, but imagining Alan trapped in the same hell. "Does she always present herself as Louise?" Ernesto shook his head. "Rebecca V. Reeb, even Isa on a forum where we tracked her with help from a cybersecurity contact. It seems she adopts names according to the environment. Always different versions of herself." "What about her family?" "Nobody wants to talk." Found an address linked to her legal name. An older lady answered the door, didn't identify herself, but when I mentioned Louise, she slammed it shut. According to records, she's her mother. There's a restraining order issued in that same city 3 years ago. The mother got a restraining order against her? Yes. She accused her of threats, attempted assault, and property damage. In the record, there's something I want to show you. He opened the folder and slid me a copy of the document. There was a statement from the mother that said, "My daughter has invented pregnancies, illnesses, and threats to manipulate those around her. I fear for my safety and that of others." I couldn't read anymore. Does Alan know this? Not everything. I showed him the basics. I offered to let him talk to Tomas directly. He hasn't responded. Do you think he's in danger? Not physical. But he's under a type of violence that doesn't leave bruises, and that makes it harder to see. I thanked him for the information and left the cafe with my heart pounding. I called Alan. He took his time answering. "What's wrong now?" he asked with a rough, tired voice. "Louise isn't who she says she is." "You already told me that, Sarah. But that doesn't help me. It doesn't tell me what to do with her or how. You can start by talking to one of her victims." Silence. "Tomas wants to tell you his story. Are you going to run away from that, too?" He sighed long. "Give me the number." I hung up without saying more. Hours later, Madison wrote to me. She had reviewed old profiles and found something strange. An old photo on a forgotten blog. Louise, or someone identical, appeared with another name at a party kissing an older man. In the comments, "Happy 3 months, Daddy." The date coincided with the period when she supposedly met Alan. The image was deleted now, but Madison had saved it. I sent everything to Ernesto. That night, I sat with Dad in the living room. We didn't say much. We just watched in silence as Alan's phone remained inactive. "What if it's too late?" I asked quietly. Dad shook his head. "As long as he's alive, it's never too late to open your eyes." Alan had them open, but they no longer looked the same. Ernesto confirmed to me that he spoke with him, that Tomas told him everything in a tense and long call. And although Alan didn't say much, he didn't hang up. He listened. That, at this point, was a crack in Luis's wall. The next day, Ernesto called me with a new tone in his voice. More serious, more confident. I found what we suspected. Luis doesn't work in digital marketing. There's no contract, no trace, no company that has her on payroll, not as a freelancer, not as an external collaborator. And then what does she live on? Here comes the interesting part. Personal transfers, money app payments from at least 3 different men in the last 12 months. One of them was a victim of credit card fraud. The card was in his name, but the charges went to an address linked to Luis. He reported it, but the bank closed the case for lack of evidence. And that address? Alan lives there now. I stayed silent. Are you saying she could have used his address to hide purchases made with stolen cards? That and more. The purchases were for clothes, appliances, furniture, things that are now in your brother's apartment. I closed my eyes. The web wasn't just emotional. It was financial. And Alan, unknowingly, was part of the mechanism and the debt. She has 2 active lawsuits in other states for failure to pay. One of them includes an amount over $8,000. There are records of legal contact attempts, but she never appeared. It seems she moves just before the cases escalate. Is there anything else? Ernesto hesitated. The most serious is this. Her mother didn't just ask for a restraining order. She also wrote a letter to a court alleging that her daughter suffers from antisocial personality disorder, informally diagnosed by a psychologist who treated her when she was a teenager. Antisocial? Like psychopath? It's a clinical term. Don't take it like a movie. But yes, manipulation, lack of empathy, tendency to lie without guilt, using others for personal benefit. Everything fits. My skin crawled. I'm going to tell Alan. Wait, if he confronts her directly without solid evidence, she can turn everything in her favor. We need concrete evidence, documents, accounts, recordings, something that completely disarms her. I nodded, though he couldn't see me. That night, Alan called me. Are you home? Yes, I'm coming over. I just need to talk. He arrived an hour later. Dark circles under his eyes, wrinkled jacket collar, and eyes. Those eyes full of something I hadn't seen in a long time. Fear. He sat on the sofa without taking off his coat. Did you know she has access to my accounts? He asked suddenly. No. When we moved in together, she asked for my passwords in case something happened. I didn't think. Today I checked my bank. There are charges I don't recognize and I don't know what to do. I took out my phone. There's more, Alan, and you're not going to like it. I showed him Ernesto's documents. The list of lawsuits, the false names, the addresses, the photos. At first, he didn't speak. He just looked at them as if they were in another language. What if all this is a coincidence? He whispered, already without conviction. Alan, I touched his shoulder. Do you remember what you said on my wedding day? That she threatened to hurt herself? That you found pills in her bed? Do you think that was coincidence, too? No. And do you think someone who loves you does that? Alan squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them, something in him had broken. But it was necessary. I have to get out of this, he said. We're going to help you. He nodded. He stayed there in silence. Meanwhile, Louise posted a new Instagram story. A selfie in front of the mirror with the caption, "The calm before the storm." That was exactly what followed. 2 days after Alan saw all the documents, Louise disappeared for a whole night. She didn't answer calls or messages. Alan, scared, thought about going to the police. I asked him to wait. Something didn't fit. And the next day she came back, but not walking. She came back in an ambulance. She arrived at the emergency room with cuts on her arms. Superficial suicide attempt, they said. Alan called me from the hospital, his voice broken. She's here. I don't know what to do. I went immediately. In the waiting room, Alan was pacing, red eyes. He hugged me without saying anything. I let him cry. Then a doctor in a white coat came in, hair pulled back and an experienced look. Family of Louise? Alan raised his hand, hesitating. I'm her partner. Well, I don't know. The doctor introduced herself as the shift psychiatrist. I need to talk to you. Can we sit? She took us to a small room, closed the door. She's stable. The wounds weren't serious. In fact, they seemed to have been made with little pressure. No vascular damage, no signs of bleeding out. Was it a real attempt? I asked. The doctor sighed. We can't judge intentions, but we can judge patterns. This isn't the first patient I've seen with self-harm behaviors with manipulative components. And there's something else. Alan looked up. What? Louise tried to seduce one of the doctors. Right on the stretcher. She told him that men like him should save her from men like Alan. Alan sank into the chair. I took his hand. She's using this to keep you, to turn the story in her favor. The doctor nodded. My recommendation is that you don't take her home. You're not obligated. And you, if you decide to stay involved, are going to need psychological support. This goes beyond the emotional. That night, Alan didn't visit her anymore. And Louise knew it. She posted a dark story with a black and white photo from the hospital. Abandoned, said the caption. The next morning, a series of cryptic tweets appeared on her account. When you trust someone and that someone stabs you, people pretend to be good until they don't need you anymore. True abuse is invisible. And so the narrative changed. Now Alan was the abuser. In the days that followed, Louise left the hospital and returned to the apartment. Alan was no longer there. He had stayed at Dad's house. That's when the messages began. To me, to Madison, to my mother. Veiled insults, insinuations, threats to expose the truth about Alan, photos of old manipulated chats, screenshots of edited conversations. Alan was accused of verbal abuse, then physical, then blackmail. There was never a formal complaint, but rumors started spreading on social media. In women's forums, someone shared a thread under an anonymous user telling a similar story. Too similar. That account turned out to be linked to an email Louise had used years before. Dad didn't wait anymore. He contacted a lawyer. That was the next step and also the beginning of another war. The man Dad hired was named Ortega, a specialist in cases of harassment, defamation, and psychological manipulation. He received us with an empty folder and many questions. I need evidence, he said. If she's defaming your son, we need to document it. Screenshots, audios, messages, everything. Alan handed over his phone. Madison provided recordings. I showed the old photos and fake accounts. Ortega barely blinked. We're going to request a restraining order, but if she violates it, we'll have to prove it quickly. 3 days later, a judge approved the temporary order. Louise couldn't approach Alan within 500 meters or contact him directly or indirectly. It lasted less than 48 hours. The same day they notified her of the order, she appeared in front of Dad's house, crying. When they wouldn't open the door, she left an envelope on the doorstep. Inside, a handwritten letter full of phrases that made no sense. I don't know who I am without you. If you leave me, I die. Everyone is against me. Along with the letter, a bracelet Alan had given her months earlier, broken into pieces. The letter was enough to violate the order. Ortega delivered it to the court. But Louise didn't stop. She created a fake profile on social media pretending to be an ex-partner of Alan. The profile told that Alan had hit her, that the family covered it up, that they had reported him before, but no one listened. The profile was reported and closed, but another appeared days later. Then another, and she wasn't alone. There were people who followed her, people who believed her story. Some even wrote threats to Alan's work. One of his bosses asked for explanations. Alan had to take a leave. Dad was furious. Madison cried that night. I just felt an icy cold that wouldn't go away. As if Louise had opened the door to a world where truth didn't matter. Ortega gathered us all and was clear. We're not dealing with a scorned ex-partner. This woman operates with method. She's manipulative, digitally savvy, and dangerous. We're going to need more than evidence. We need time and pressure. And if she doesn't stop? Alan asked, already at the edge. Then she falls on her own. But first, She'll try to take everyone down with her. She didn't respond to boundaries. Court orders were suggestions, rejections, invitations, and silence for her was the most violent weapon of all. When Alan stopped answering her, Louise unleashed an offensive that transformed shame into fury and manipulation into punishment. The morning after the lawyer's threat, we woke up to a mass email. The subject said, "So you can meet the real Alan." It had been sent to colleagues, distant relatives, even the institutional email of the company where Alan worked. The content: altered screenshots, edited messages, audio fragments taken out of context, along with a text where Louise narrated a supposed story of psychological abuse. The message structure was professional, almost clinical. She used terms like covert narcissist, cycle of abuse, and systematic isolation. Madison ran into my room, pale. My ex-boss wrote to me. She said he got the email. How did she get all those contacts? Alan used the same email for everything. She had access. Dad called the lawyer immediately. There's no way to reverse the reputational damage, Ortega said with the cruel calm of someone who had seen this before. But we can file a formal complaint for defamation, digital harassment, and violation of the court order. Will that be enough to stop her? I asked. No, but it can put her against the wall. Louise didn't stop. She began commenting on family members' posts using fake profiles. She pretended to be other women. She said she knew Alan, said she had evidence, said there was a family cover-up network. My uncle's cafe Instagram account received a 1-star review with the phrase, "They support abusers." My mother's WhatsApp rang with anonymous messages. "You should be ashamed." One afternoon, Mom broke down. "I can't anymore. This woman is infecting everything. I can't even look at the phone without feeling like she's inside my house." Alan didn't talk much. He got up late, ate little, slept less. Ortega filed the complaint. In parallel, Ernesto kept searching. One night, he called me with a different voice, more alive. "I have something." "What?" "She's with another man now." "Yes." "He lives in another district." Same pattern. She convinced him of an intense, fast relationship and already has access to his house. "I have photos." He sent them to me. Louise hugging a man of about 40 in a park, kissing him. A week ago, I showed them to Alan. He took his time reacting. So, while all this was happening, she already had another plan. She always had a plan. Alan stared at the photo for a full minute. Then, without saying a word, he got up and went to the kitchen. I heard him open a box. It was the one containing anniversary gifts. He came back with a folded sheet. "She wrote this to me when we turned 1 year. Read it." I opened it. It said, "I've never loved anyone like I love you. Without you, I'm nothing." I left it on the table. "And what do we do now?" Alan asked. "We sink the castle of lies." Ortega received the photos. Ernesto kept digging. 3 days later, he delivered the rest. Louise had opened a credit card with Alan's information. She had made purchases without his permission for more than $5,000. The worst part, some of those purchases were gifts for her new boyfriend. The police accepted the fraud complaint. When they notified Louise, she faked fainting at the building entrance. Then she screamed that Alan had stalked her, that she feared for her life. All of that was recorded by security cameras. Finally, a patrol arrived. Louise was arrested. She didn't scream. She didn't cry. She only asked, "Can I touch up my makeup before the photo?" Nobody answered. At the police station, she denied everything. She said she was the victim of a hate campaign, that Alan's family had persecuted her for being different, that everything was a lie. But one by one, the evidence accumulated. Tomas, the ex-partner, agreed to testify. The woman who lived with her, too. The previous complaints, the falsified documents, the created profiles, the purchases made with other people's accounts, the lies about her identity. The prosecutor didn't take long to act. Alan was called as a witness, but not as the accused, and that was the first night in months that he slept without leaving the light on. A month later, Louise was still detained, awaiting trial. She had pleaded innocent to everything, but her public defender didn't have much to offer. The case grew every day. More people came forward with similar stories. Ex-partners, roommates, even a former boss who accused her of falsifying job recommendations. Each testimony was like another stone falling on her inflatable castle. Alan, meanwhile, was starting to hit rock bottom. It wasn't just about the material losses, the drained savings, the furniture given away unknowingly, the months of rent paid for too. It was about something more intimate. "I feel stupid," he said one night, sitting on the house porch, smoking a cigarette he hated but that kept him awake. "I don't know at what point I became that kind of person." "What kind?" I asked. "The kind that lets everything get ripped away from them?" I handed him a blanket. It was cold, the kind of cold that doesn't just come from the air. "You didn't let it happen. It happened because you trusted." "And isn't that the same thing?" "No," I responded. "The difference is that now you're here and you're talking." Alan agreed to start therapy. Ortega knew a psychologist who specialized in trauma from emotional manipulation. The first sessions were hard. He came back without talking. He slept more. He cried little, but at random moments. One night while we were having dinner, he said something that left me motionless. "I think I never loved her." I looked at him. "I think I loved the idea that someone like her would notice someone like me." "And how are you?" "I don't know. I guess I thought I was the boring one, the logical one, the one who didn't surprise anyone. And she was the complete opposite. Noise, color, intensity. I thought that was love." Dad joined the silence. Madison, from the kitchen, heard him too. "People who are pure color can also be smoke," she said without looking at us. Alan began to rebuild himself, step by step. In one of the sessions, his therapist suggested he write a letter to Louise, not to send it, but to get out what he hadn't said. He read it only to me. It said, "You didn't break me. You stopped me. Yes, you made me doubt myself. Think I was crazy. You made me choose you over my own family. But you didn't break me. The day you left, my life began. You took things, yes, but you didn't take my truth because that Louise was never yours." He kept the letter in a box and moved forward. The trial began 2 months later. Louise entered the courtroom with the same theatrical look as always. The judge was implacable. The evidence was too much. The stories matched. The lies documented. She was convicted of fraud, violation of court order, aggravated harassment, and identity theft. 3 years in prison with the obligation to start psychiatric treatment. She didn't scream. She didn't ask forgiveness. She just looked away toward Alan. "You're never going to find someone like me," she told him with half a smile. "That's the idea," he responded. Months later, Alan returned to work. He changed his number. He changed his email. He changed his house. He didn't stop going to therapy. He met someone new. Her name was Clara, a graphic designer, fond of old music and cinnamon tea. He introduced her to us on a Sunday at a small lunch, without noise, without shows. She was a real person. She laughed when Alan choked on an olive, helped him clean the table, and at the end of the day offered to wash the dishes. Mom cried. Dad only said, "It was about time." Alan never talked about Louise again. But one afternoon, I asked his permission to check the old box where he kept the letter. "Do you still have it?" "Yes." He opened it. But the letter wasn't alone. There was something else, a pamphlet. Support group for victims of psychological abuse and emotional manipulation. Every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Alan looked at it for a moment. "Sometimes I think it was a curse. And now I think it was a door." Today, Alan is a lawyer. Not the same kind as Dad, nor one who defends companies. He's one who sits with broken people and tells them, "I was there too." And when they ask him how he got out, he responds without drama. Listening to my gut, and finally, listening to the people who truly love me. Now on to the next story. Story 3. After 5 years of marriage, my husband returned from a 6-month business trip with his first love, and Mariana was already more than 3 months pregnant. Kyo said her life was difficult and wanted her to stay at our house temporarily. I refused, and Kyo told me not to be ungrateful. His tone was full of disdain, as if he'd forgotten that this mansion was my property. His whole family had been living off my resources. This time, I decided to cancel all their living support. I smiled and called my assistant. I dropped the divorce papers immediately. A man who married into wealth dares to bring his mistress into our home so openly. I had been eagerly awaiting Kyo's return from his 6-month business trip. Early in the morning, I arranged all the little souvenirs I'd collected for him from various places over the past half-year. I also asked Mrs. Wilson, our housekeeper, to prepare a table full of his favorite dishes. At that moment, the front door opened and Kyo appeared with his arm around his ex-girlfriend. I was stunned. Mariana walked toward me with a smile, gently caressing her slightly swollen belly as she greeted me. "Sarah, long time no see." As I stared at her visibly pregnant belly, anger surged within me. Mariana seemed to notice my change in expression and quickly came to my side, clutching my wrist as she said sweetly, "Sarah, please don't be upset. This is all my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Please don't hurt Kyo." Mariana's simple words hit me like a thunderbolt. I hadn't said anything yet, but she had already revealed everything. Kyo had been watching my reaction the whole time, ready to jump in and protect Mariana at any moment. I clenched my fists and glared at Kyo, asking, "Aren't you going to explain?" After I spoke, he sighed and gently said to Mariana, "Let me take you to choose a room first. I'll handle this." Kyo's gentle tones stunned me. In our 5 years of marriage, he had never spoken to me like that. Under my watchful gaze, he supported Mariana as they went upstairs. The driver brought in 3 large suitcases. It seemed Mariana had moved half her home here, though she looked healthier than I did. Kyo protected her as if she were a delicate doll. I collapsed onto the sofa, waiting for Kyo to settle Mariana and give me an explanation. As I listened to the irritating laughter from upstairs, I was about to rush up when the doorbell rang. Kyo's parents stormed in with gloomy faces, seemingly not noticing me as they quickly rushed upstairs. I followed them up and heard Kyo pulling his parents aside, saying sincerely, "I didn't mean to hide this from you. Mariana's pregnancy was unstable in the early stages and I was afraid something might go wrong. I hope you can understand. Mariana and I love each other and the baby she's carrying is your grandchild. After all, please don't blame her." I thought about the 5 years of our marriage. Whenever I had disagreements with his mother, Kyo would always say that his mother was old and that I should be more patient with her. He had never stood up for me. I always thought that was just his personality. It wasn't until today, seeing him protect Mariana at every turn, that I realized I had been a fool all along. Mariana chimed in, holding Kyo's mother's hand. "I didn't intentionally try to ruin Kyo's marriage. We truly love each other. I hope you can understand, Aunt and Uncle." Kyo's mother's frown gradually relaxed as she glanced at me standing in the doorway. I knew she was hesitating. For the past 5 years, I had been transferring living expenses to her every month. Anyone could see that Mariana's financial situation couldn't compare to mine. My heart sank. Kyo, as my husband, not only failed to give me a heads up about the situation but also publicly humiliated me. Did he really think I had no pride, no self-respect? Seeing the silence in the room, Mariana's eyes suddenly reddened and she began to sob. "The child in my womb is innocent. No matter what, I will give birth to him. You can scold me all you want, but I hope my child won't be harmed." Large teardrops rolled down her cheeks, making her look pitiful to anyone who saw her. Kyo wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with a pained expression, his voice filled with resentment. "Mom, answer her quickly. You know pregnant women need stable emotions." After our wedding, Kyo's parents had immediately started pressuring us to have a child. For 5 years, my belly had shown no signs of pregnancy, and I knew Kyo's parents had said many unkind things behind my back considering the family lineage. Kyo's father, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "After all, Mariana is carrying our family's descendant. Everyone should try to control their tempers for the next few months." As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to me. They looked like a united front and, for a moment, I felt like the outsider. I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Doesn't anyone want to ask my opinion?" Seeing my displeasure, Kyo angrily stepped in front of Mariana and questioned me. Sarah, are you deaf? We've told you everything to your face. What more do you want to know? I couldn't help but laugh coldly. My husband had been on a business trip for 6 months and came back with such a big surprise for me. Not only did he offer no explanation face to face, but he also had the audacity to take this commanding tone with me. Seeing that I remained silent, Mariana started crying again, tugging at Kyo's wrist as she sobbed. If Sarah is really angry, maybe I should leave. Kyo's mother was displeased when she heard this and immediately responded. You're carrying our family's grandchild. How could we let you leave? After saying this, Kyo glared at me and said, Say something. Look how scared you've made Mariana. She's carrying my child, after all. If you have any objections, take them out on me privately. I won't allow you to hurt her. Mariana then urgently tugged at Kyo's wrist and said, Kyo, please. I think this is going too far. Maybe I should leave. I don't want to cause problems between you and Sarah. She looked at me as if she were about to burst into tears with watery eyes, like a soap opera actress in her big moment of suffering. All I could feel was a mix of disgust and rage. Kyo, as always, was quick to console her, wrapping her in a protective embrace and murmuring words I couldn't hear but that clearly reassured her. For a moment, I stood still, watching this pathetic scene unfold in my own house where they dared to challenge and humiliate me openly. But a cold, almost calculating feeling took hold of me. I had nothing more to say. Inside me, however, a clear decision had formed. This would be the last day that Kyo and his beloved Mariana would step foot in my home without my permission. I had endured too much, and watching him defend her, willing to treat me as an obstacle, as a stranger, was the final blow. I turned on my heel, determined, and went to my office. I picked up the phone and called my lawyer. I needed to act quickly before the charade of Mariana and Kyo became even more unbearable. I quickly explained what was happening, the humiliations I had endured, and he reassured me immediately. Everything was in my name, the house, the accounts, the assets. I already knew that, but hearing it from someone trustworthy gave me renewed confidence. As I spoke with him, I heard footsteps behind me. Kyo had come downstairs, probably puzzled by my sudden disappearance. Not bothering to hide the disdain in his voice, he asked, What are you doing, Sarah? Are you going to run away from the conversation again? I looked at him with a calmness that I believe surprised him. I ended the call and put the phone in my pocket. I stood up slowly, taking a deep breath while he continued to look at me with that air of superiority, as if he had won some kind of battle. Kyo, I began, my voice firm. You accused me of running, but honestly, the only one running here is you. You ran from our marriage, from any respect we once had for each other. And now you have the audacity to bring a pregnant woman into my house as if I'm just an observer in your life. He laughed with disdain. Sarah, do you really think you can intimidate me with those words? Mariana and I have history. What do we have? Money? Security? Do you think just because you've paid the bills all these years you can control me? He seemed convinced he was in control, that his stance made him the master of the situation. But I knew it was all a facade. Kyo kept talking, but I stopped listening. I walked to the door and opened it with a determined gesture, indicating he should leave. This isn't an invitation, Kyo. It's a warning. Take Mariana, her bags, and leave now. I'll send you the divorce papers as soon as possible and let your family know as well. They won't see another cent from me. His expression shifted from superiority to surprise and finally to panic. He hesitated, trying to regain control of the situation. Sarah, you're overreacting. You wouldn't do something like this. You wouldn't be that low. I smiled, a smile he had never seen before. Oh, Kyo, you have no idea what I'm capable of. All these years I stood by your side, enduring every comment from your mother, every thinly veiled humiliation. But I held on to hope that one day you'd see the value in what we built together. Now, it's clear you never respected me. He tried to argue but was interrupted when Mariana came down the stairs, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. She realized something had changed, that I was no longer the submissive wife ready to forgive everything. She placed a protective hand on her belly as if I were a threat to the baby. "Kyo, I think it's best if we leave," she said with a false sweetness, trying to calm the situation. "Yes, I think that's best," I replied, looking her directly in the eyes, making it clear that I was no longer fooled by her act. "You have until the end of the day to leave. Consider this my last gesture of kindness." Kyo looked at me with hatred, but I remained firm. They left the room and I stayed where I was, watching as he gathered their bags and helped Mariana. Pride wounded and without another word to me, the house, which had been the setting for so many memories, good and bad, was finally free of that weight, that falseness. When the door closed, I felt a wave of relief, and at the same time sadness. But it wasn't for Kyo. It was for the time and energy I had devoted to someone who never truly saw me. I called my lawyer again, informing him of Kyo's departure and to proceed with the divorce. That night, I sat alone at the dining table, but in peace. As I ate, I thought about the future and all I still had to rebuild for myself. I decided in that moment that I would never again allow anyone to treat me the way Kyo had, and that I would always stand firm no matter the relationship. After that night, when Kyo and Mariana finally left my house, an unexpected calm washed over me. For the first time in years, I felt fully in control of my life, my decisions, and above all, how I would respond to everything they had put me through. But that feeling alone wasn't enough. I knew they had escaped the situation too easily with no real sense of the weight of their choices. It was an open wound, and I couldn't let it go unanswered. In the days that followed, I stayed in constant contact with my lawyer to expedite the divorce process. The house, bank accounts, and Kyo's assets were all intertwined with mine in such a way that with a single signature he would lose almost everything. For years, he had grown accustomed to the luxury, the trips, the meals prepared by renowned chefs, a life he only had because he was with me. Now that privilege was about to disappear, and I would make sure he felt it deeply. The first news I received was that he was desperate, trying to find a place to live with Mariana. They had moved into a small apartment in the suburbs, a very different area than Kyo was used to. Mariana, of course, was not at all pleased with their new reality. She had come to destroy my marriage, thinking she would take my place, but all she achieved was sharing the rent for a modest space with a ruined man. Kyo was also having issues at work. With the divorce, I decided to end all associations and contacts he had gained through me. I informed everyone in our business network about the separation and made it clear he no longer represented my company in any way. The impact was immediate. Kyo lost access to the connections, clients, and influence network I had built with great effort. Now he was just another face in the crowd. For me, these steps were necessary but not enough. I wanted Kyo and Mariana to feel the real weight of the choices they had made, so I decided to act more directly. I hired a private investigator to document their life in that apartment. It wasn't long before I received a full report. Mariana and Kyo were constantly fighting. She was frustrated with her new life, complaining about the lack of money, the conditions of their place, and most of all, how he couldn't support her in the lifestyle she believed she deserved. The photos the investigator sent me were living proof that their dream was crumbling. But the final piece of my revenge was yet to come. Through my remaining contacts in the industry, I managed to get a job offer to reach Mariana. It was an assistant position in a small company, the type of job that for someone like her felt almost humiliating. It was exactly what I wanted. Mariana, hopeful, accepted the job, thinking that eventually she could climb the ranks and regain the lifestyle she longed for. Kyo, with no options, also had to accept a job below what he was used to. He started working at a mid-sized company, but his reputation was already tarnished. People saw him as someone who had married for money and was now broke, struggling to keep up appearances. One day, I decided to confront them personally, but in a roundabout way. I knew where they usually had lunch, a small restaurant near Mariana's office, so I walked in unexpectedly, knowing they would be there. The stares around me were inevitable. I approached their table with a smile on my face, noticing the discomfort in their expressions. "Kyo, Mariana." I greeted them as if we were old friends and nothing had happened between us. They stayed silent, visibly uncomfortable. "Sarah, we don't need to do this here," Kyo muttered, visibly embarrassed. Ignoring his comment, I continued, I just wanted to see how you're doing. I heard life has changed quite a bit these past few months. I made sure to look them up and down, noting their simple clothes and worn-out appearance. Mariana tried to maintain her composure, but it was clear my presence disturbed her deeply. She replied, trying to keep her dignity, "We're fine, Sarah. In the end, I guess everyone got what they wanted here." I let out a soft laugh. "Oh, of course. At least I'm living in peace. I just wanted to wish you both happiness. Enjoy every moment of this new life you've built together." I smiled, a look of pure irony, and turned on my heel, leaving them with their plates and their mediocre life. At that moment, I felt truly free. They were trapped in a life of their own making, and there was nothing more I needed to do to worsen their situation. Kyo had traded the security and comfort he had with me for an illusion, and Mariana, who thought she would take my place, was now stuck in a reality with no luxury, no stability, and none of the respect she thought she deserved. I returned home with a sense of satisfaction I hadn't felt in a long time. Every detail of this revenge was planned so they would face the consequences of their actions on their own. I didn't have to lift a finger directly against them. I simply let life take its course while I, on the other hand, rebuilt my peace and freedom. In the months that followed, I began investing in myself. I took up old hobbies, traveled to places I had always wanted to visit, and started exploring new business opportunities. The life I built was finally free of any shadows from the past. And as for Kyo and Mariana, I heard that their relationship didn't last long. Mariana, unsatisfied and frustrated, eventually left Kyo, leaving him exactly as he had started, with nothing and no one. When I heard about their end, I simply smiled to myself. They had sown their own seeds, and now they were reaping the fruits of their decisions. As for me, I finally felt like I had closed that chapter of my life. Now on to the next story. Story 4. You know that feeling when you're technically part of a family, but you always feel like the extra piece in a puzzle, the one that doesn't quite fit no matter how much you try to jam it in? Yeah, that's been my life in a nutshell. My name's Caleb, and I turned 19 last month. But this story isn't about turning 19. It's about my 18th birthday, or more specifically, the birthday party that was supposed to be mine until my older brother decided it was his again. And my parents, they let him take it. Let me rewind a bit. I grew up in a pretty normal suburban neighborhood. Think barbecue Sundays, lawn mowing Saturdays, and nosy neighbors who knew everything before you did. On the outside, my family looked picture perfect. My dad owns a small construction company. Nothing flashy, but enough to keep us comfortable. My mom's a high school guidance counselor, always preaching about empathy and listening, though ironically never really did much of either at home. And then there's my brother Jeremy, 2 years older than me, star of the soccer team, golden boy of the family, and somehow the main character in every story, even when it wasn't his. From the time we were kids, Jeremy got everything first and then some. First bike, first phone, first car. That part's understandable, I guess. But what stung was how even when it was finally supposed to be my turn, he'd somehow swoop in and take center stage again. And my parents would just let it happen. No, worse, they'd cheer him on. I didn't used to mind it. I was the quiet kid. Kept to myself, got decent grades, never really caused trouble. I figured maybe if I stayed out of the way and did my own thing, they'd notice me in their own time. They didn't, at least not in any way that mattered. Jeremy got celebrated for bringing home A's in algebra because he worked so hard. I got a full-ride scholarship to a state university and got a polite, "That's nice, honey," before the topic changed to Jeremy's job hunt. He wasn't even looking. Still, I never really confronted them about it. I told myself it wasn't worth the drama. I bottled it up, smiled through it, played the role of the good, understanding son. But sometimes it's not just one moment that breaks you. It's the slow accumulation of little cuts. And my 18th birthday, that was the final slice that finally made everything bleed. It started innocently enough. A couple months before my birthday, Mom asked if I had any ideas for how I wanted to celebrate. Nothing fancy. I said maybe a backyard party, a few friends, some music, a bonfire, something chill. She actually seemed excited about it. Said it was a big milestone and she wanted to make it special. I remember that phrase exactly because she said it like it meant something. I started helping her plan it. We made lists of who I'd invite, what kind of food to order, even talked about setting up those string lights we only brought out for 4th of July. It felt nice, like for once, something was about me. I wasn't asking for a parade or anything. I just wanted to feel like I mattered. And then Jeremy came home for spring break. He was supposed to be away at college, but he dropped out a semester in. Said it wasn't for him. My parents barely blinked. They said they were proud of him for figuring out what he didn't want. Like that was some kind of accomplishment. Meanwhile, I was filling out scholarship essays in the same room and got a passive-aggressive comment about making sure I wasn't putting too much pressure on myself. Anyway, Jeremy came back and immediately the entire house revolved around him again. He flopped on the couch like he never left, raided the fridge, left towels on the bathroom floor, and suddenly it was like I didn't exist. My dad was back to telling old Jeremy stories at dinner, like the time he scored a winning goal in 9th grade. Mom made his favorite meals 3 nights in a row. I joked one evening that maybe I should drop out too, just to get that kind of royal treatment. She laughed like I was being sarcastic. I wasn't. About a week before my birthday, everything shifted. I came home from school one day and found Jeremy and my mom in the kitchen giggling over old photo albums. He looked up at me and said, "Hey, remember my 18th party? Man, that was wild." I did remember it. It was wild. They rented out a small venue, invited his entire friend group, even had a DJ. My party budget was maybe 1/10 of that. But again, I didn't say anything. Then Jeremy casually dropped the bomb. "You know what? It'd be fun," he said. "If we did it again, like a redo." 18 was such a blur. I'd barely remember it. Let's throw a party, but chill this time. Backyard, music, bonfire. I kinda wanna relive it, but like slower. I froze. My mom smiled at him like he just solved world hunger. "That actually sounds like a great idea." I blinked. "Wait, what?" She looked at me almost like she forgot I was in the room. "Oh, sweetie, don't worry. We can still combine the parties. It'll be fun. You two can celebrate together." "I'm not turning 18 again," I said slowly. "I'm just turning 18. Jeremy shrugged. "Yeah, but we're both at big milestones, right? Yours is coming up. Mine's like memory lane. I mean, it's not a big deal. Chill party, both of us. What's the harm?" I looked at my mom, waiting for her to say something. Anything. Set a boundary. Remind him that this was my day. Instead, she nodded thoughtfully. "You could even share the guest list. That way, everyone gets along and it's more of a family event." I didn't respond. I didn't trust myself to. All I could hear was the blood rushing in my ears. That special party I'd been planning, gone, hijacked, absorbed into Jeremy's nostalgia tour. Over the next few days, it only got worse. Decorations I helped pick out were replaced with ones Jeremy liked better. My friend group was trimmed down because we can't invite too many people. "Sweetie, it's still our backyard." A cake I wanted got vetoed for a flavor Jeremy preferred. He even asked if I'd mind playing some of his old playlists for the vibe. I started feeling like a guest at my own celebration, like a background actor in someone else's movie. My dad was no help either. When I told him I felt like I was being pushed aside, he said, "It's just one day, Caleb. Don't make it a big thing. Let your brother enjoy himself, too." As if I hadn't already been sidelined for the last 18 years. The day of the party arrived. And let me tell you, it wasn't mine. From the second people showed up, they greeted Jeremy first. "Oh man, Jeremy. Back from college. Didn't you turn 18 already? This your party?" And he'd laugh, slap their backs, say, "Nah, we're celebrating both of us today." Except no one looked at me. No one said, "Happy birthday," unless I reminded them. My name wasn't even on the cake. And that was just the beginning of the night. What happened next, what finally made me snap, was so ridiculous, so humiliating. I still get chills thinking about it. But I'll save that part for the next post. Let's just say I walked out of that party before the candles were lit and I didn't come back. Not just to the party, but to them. The music was too loud. Not in a "this party's lit" kind of way, but in that overwhelming pulsing in your sinuses kind of way that makes your thoughts stutter. I stood in the corner of my own backyard holding a plastic cup of warm soda, pretending to be engaged in a conversation I wasn't even part of. My friends were scattered across the yard, mostly huddled together in one corner near the fence, probably because they felt just as out of place as I did. Jeremy's friends, on the other hand, had taken over everything. The fire pit, the food table, even the playlist. And every time I tried to inch back into the party I helped plan, it was like trying to squeeze through a door that had already been slammed shut. I remember glancing around and thinking, maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe I just need to relax and let it happen. It's just one night. That's what Dad said, right? But then I saw the banner. It was strung above the patio, hung with crooked thumbtacks like someone slapped it together at the last minute. Big, bold letters read, Jeremy's 18th again bash, with a winking emoji on the side. That stupid little winking emoji. Like it was all one big joke. My jaw actually dropped. I hadn't even noticed it during setup. Probably because it was one of those last-minute surprises they threw up while I was in the garage fetching more chairs. No mention of me. Not even a joint birthday or Caleb's big day. Just Jeremy again. I walked up to my mom, who was hovering by the grill giving instructions to my uncle like she was running a wedding. Where's the banner we made? I asked quietly. She blinked. What banner? The one with both our names. The one we printed last week. I helped you design it. Oh, she said, brushing imaginary lint off her blouse. Well, Jeremy said it looked kind of cluttered, and we didn't want to confuse people, you know? This one's more fun. I stared at her. So, you just threw away the one we planned? She actually had the nerve to frown like I was the unreasonable one. Sweetheart, don't make this a big deal. Everyone knows it's your birthday, too. No, they didn't. No one had said a word to me unless I said it first. Even Jeremy's friends kept giving me confused looks, like I was the weird neighbor kid who accidentally wandered into the wrong party. I turned and walked back toward the fence where my friends were sitting. My best friend, Kyle, gave me a tight-lipped smile as I approached. You good, man? He asked. I forced a nod. Totally living the dream. We both knew I was lying, but he didn't press it. I appreciated that about him. We chatted a bit, trying to pretend like the night wasn't a complete disaster, when suddenly Jeremy's voice boomed from the other side of the yard. Yo, everybody, quiet down for a sec. The music cut off and the crowd hushed. He was standing on one of the patio chairs, drink in hand, like he was about to deliver a State of the Union address. I just want to say thanks for coming out tonight, he grinned. This party means a lot to me. 18th is a big deal. Yeah, I know I already hit it a couple years ago, but it's symbolic, right? There were some cheers and laughter. My mom was clapping. My dad gave him a thumbs up. I just felt like I didn't get to really celebrate the first time. So, I'm grateful my family helped me make tonight special. Thanks, Mom. Dad. You guys are the best. Everyone clapped. I waited for him to add, and happy birthday to Caleb, too. Or, we're celebrating my brother tonight. Anything. But no, he stepped off the chair. Music resumed, and the crowd swarmed him with backpats and drinks. I felt the heat rise up my neck like a sunburn. My ears started ringing, and I wasn't sure if it was from the speakers or the blood pressure spike. That was it. That was the moment. The moment it all clicked. They didn't forget me. They just didn't care. Kyle turned to me. Dude, what? I shook my head slowly. Nah, I'm done. He stood up, concerned. What do you mean? I mean, I'm leaving. Caleb, I'm done pretending this is okay. I'm not staying here just to be invisible. Before he could stop me, I walked straight through the yard, past the crowd, past the lights and the fire pit and the stupid banner. My mom saw me and raised a hand, puzzled. Where are you going? She asked. Out, I said. But we haven't done cake yet. I stopped, turned to look at her. Did you even get a cake for me? She hesitated. We got Jeremy's favorite, but it's chocolate. Everyone likes chocolate. I didn't respond. I just walked out the gate. Behind me, I could hear murmurs. Someone asked, was that his brother? Another voice replied, didn't know he was part of the party. Exactly. Kyle followed me to the street. Want me to come with? I shook my head. Nah, stay. You might actually enjoy it. He hesitated, then nodded. You sure? Yeah, I said, trying to breathe through the surge of emotions. I just need to not be here. I walked home in silence. It wasn't far, just 20 minutes on foot, but it felt longer. Every step was heavier than the last, like I was dragging years of disappointment behind me. I got to my house, unlocked the door, and went straight to my room. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the floor. I didn't cry. I didn't throw anything. I just sat. Because sometimes it's not anger that breaks you. It's the quiet realization that nothing's going to change unless you do something about it. I didn't go back to the party. I didn't answer their texts later that night. My phone buzzed twice. Once from my mom, once from Jeremy. I didn't read them. The next morning I woke up early. I took down every photo of Jeremy on my wall. Old family trips, birthdays, his graduation. I boxed them up and shoved them in the closet. Then I went to the kitchen, made myself breakfast, and left a note on the fridge that just said, "Don't worry, I didn't forget my birthday." They didn't say anything to me for 2 days. On the third day, Mom cornered me in the hallway. "Are you going to keep acting like this?" I stared at her. "Like what?" "Like we did something to you. We just wanted Jeremy to have a nice night, too." I didn't even know what to say to that, too. As if I ever got a nice night of my own. "I'm your son, too," I finally said. Her face fell. "You're being dramatic." I walked past her without another word. That week, I started making plans. Serious ones. College was coming up and I already had that scholarship. I began looking into housing. Even though my parents said I could live at home, I didn't want to. I didn't want to owe them a thing. When I finally moved out 3 months later, my dad helped load my boxes into the car. We barely spoke. Jeremy didn't even show up. Mom hugged me goodbye. "Call us if you need anything. Okay?" I nodded, but I didn't mean it. College was freedom. For the first time in my life, I wasn't walking on eggshells. I made new friends, found professors who actually saw potential in me, joined a film club. I even wrote a short story about a forgotten birthday. It won second place in a campus contest. I didn't talk to my family much. They didn't ask and I didn't offer. And then, almost a year to the day after that party, I got a message. It was from Jeremy. 3 words. "You think you're better?" At first, I didn't even respond. But then more came. Dozens, paragraphs, accusations, whining, jealousy dripping from every line. He had seen a post someone tagged me in. Something about an internship I'd landed in New York over the summer. It was a big deal. I was proud of it. And apparently so was half my college circle because they shared it like wildfire. And Jeremy, he couldn't take it. His tantrum wasn't just digital. Within days, it spilled into real life. Angry calls to my mom, passive-aggressive rants on Facebook, petty jabs during family dinners I didn't attend. He couldn't stand that I had built something without them, without him. But the worst part, the part that pushed everything over the edge, came in the form of a family group chat screenshot that Kyle sent me one night. Jeremy, in a full meltdown, had sent a message that read, "I don't care if he's successful. He's still a selfish little brat who ruined my party and made Mom cry. He thinks he's better than us because he moved out. Let's see how long he lasts without Daddy's money." And what my father replied, "Don't worry. He'll come crawling back when the real world hits him." That was it. That was the betrayal I didn't see coming. Because all this time I thought maybe, just maybe, my dad had been the silent, neutral one, the one who didn't pick sides, just wanted peace. But no, he never had my back either. And that's when I decided I was done playing nice. I had kept my distance. I had kept my head down. But now it was time they saw exactly what the forgotten son could do. There's a strange silence that follows betrayal. Not the kind you get when someone slaps you in the face, but the kind that settles in when someone you trusted lets you down in a way you didn't expect. I always knew Jeremy resented me in some way. That wasn't news. But seeing my dad, my own father, essentially agree with him, that hit harder than anything else. Not because I needed his money. I didn't. I was already making it on my own. But because deep down, A small part of me still believed he might come around. That maybe once I got out and showed them I was serious, someone in that house would finally say, "We were wrong." That illusion shattered with that message. "He'll come crawling back when the real world hits him." Those were the words that played on loop in my head that night. I was in my dorm, sitting on the edge of my twin bed. Phone screen burning my retinas, heart somewhere between rage and resignation. I didn't cry. I didn't punch a wall. I didn't scream. I just sat there very still as the weight of that sentence sank in, crawling back. As if I had ever leaned on them. As if I hadn't spent years being overlooked, dismissed, shoved aside for the golden boy with the dimming halo. It was in that moment I realized something important. I wasn't running away from them anymore. I was running towards something else, something better, something that didn't require their approval. But before I could climb, I had to fall first. And believe me, I did. My second semester hit like a brick wall. The excitement of freedom wore off fast, and the pressure of proving myself crept in hard. Between classes, my part-time job at a student cafe, and the internship applications I kept sending into the void, I barely slept. There were nights I'd fall asleep on my laptop, wake up with keyboard marks on my cheek, and a half-finished essay blinking on the screen. Money was tight. My scholarship covered tuition and housing, but food, books, clothes, that was all on me. I remember one week I lived on oatmeal and peanut butter because I'd miscalculated my budget after buying a textbook that cost more than my winter jacket. I didn't tell anyone, not even Kyle. I just pushed through it day by day. I told myself, this is temporary. They think you'll fail. Prove them wrong. I worked the early shift at the cafe every Friday and Sunday, which meant waking up at 5:30 a.m., walking through freezing slush just to serve burnt coffee to hungover seniors. Some mornings I questioned whether it was worth it, whether I should just quit and take the easier path. Go home, let them forgive me, pretend nothing ever happened. But then I'd remember the party, that banner, that cake, that message from my dad, and I'd dig in harder. Rock bottom wasn't a single moment for me. It was a slow, grinding season, a string of days that blurred together, each one just a little heavier than the last. But even in that darkness, small sparks started to appear. I joined the film club officially in February. I'd gone to a few meetings in the fall, but now I committed. I started writing short scripts, helping other students with their projects, learning how to operate the club's camera equipment. For the first time in my life, I was surrounded by people who didn't compare me to anyone else, who saw me as Caleb, not Jeremy's brother. It was jarring being heard, being asked for input, being respected. One weekend, a senior named Maya asked if I wanted to help her shoot a short film for a student contest. She said she liked the way I edited a documentary segment for the club's YouTube channel. "It's subtle," she told me. "You know how to tell a story without yelling." I didn't even know how to respond to that. We spent 2 weeks filming her project. Long nights, barely any sleep, lots of bad cafeteria coffee. But it was fun. I felt useful. I felt good when the film won 3rd place. She handed me the certificate like it was mine, too. "You saved this thing," she said. "Seriously, you've got a gift." Those words stuck with me more than any birthday card I'd ever received. Around that same time, my screenwriting professor pulled me aside after class. "You've got something," he said. "You see the emotional layers even in small moments. That's rare." He offered to mentor me, help me clean up a script, and submit it to an undergraduate writing fellowship. It was competitive. Only 3 people got in each year. I wasn't expecting much, but I applied anyway. In the meantime, I picked up an extra shift at the cafe. I started tutoring kids in English composition at the student center. I helped Maya with another film project. I filled every spare hour with something that pushed me forward inch by inch. I didn't post about any of it. Not on Instagram, not on Twitter. I wasn't trying to flex or show off. I wasn't interested in proving anything yet. I just wanted to build something solid, something real on my own terms. That's why it was such a shock when my internship announcement blew up. See, the campus had this digital bulletin board where students could share accomplishments. I posted about landing a summer internship at this mid-sized production studio in Manhattan. Not a huge name, but respected in indie film circles. I didn't think anyone outside my department would even notice, but Maya reposted it. Then the film club account did. Then one of my old high school friends shared it on Facebook with a caption like, "Look who's making moves." And just like that, it spread. That's when Jeremy saw it. I hadn't spoken to him in almost a year. Hadn't texted him. Hadn't responded to anything he sent. But that post set him off like I'd committed some kind of crime by succeeding without his permission. He sent me a storm of texts. Angry, bitter, insecure. He accused me of trying to make him look bad, of being fake, of turning the family against him by ghosting everyone. He said I was a show-off, that I only got the internship because they need diversity. I'm mixed, half Filipino on my mom's side. Not that he ever acknowledged that part of me growing up. But the most telling message, the one that showed me exactly where his head was, "You've always been jealous of me. Admit it." I stared at that line for a long time. Jealous? He really thought I spent my life envying him. The guy who peaked in high school, who quit college after one semester, who couldn't stand not being the center of attention for one single evening. It would have been funny if it weren't so sad. I didn't reply. Instead, I saved the screenshot because that meltdown wasn't just about me. It was about him realizing he no longer had a mirror to reflect himself in. I'd stepped out of the background and now he was forced to see his own cracks. The fallout from his tantrum spread fast. He ran to my parents, claimed I was rubbing success in his face, said I was breaking up the family by refusing to come home for holidays. He even posted a Facebook status that vaguely accused me of manipulating people for clout, which again would have been laughable if it weren't so sad. But here's the thing about growing up under someone's shadow. Once you step out of it, they can't cast it anymore. I kept going. I finished the semester with a 3.8 GPA. My script got accepted into the fellowship. I spent the summer in New York working long hours for low pay but high experience. I met people who took me seriously. I worked. I learned. I watched how real productions worked. And every time I got on the subway or sat down at my tiny sublet desk, I reminded myself I earned this. Every second of it. Back home, Jeremy spiraled. I didn't see it directly, but Kyle kept me updated. Jeremy was back at my parents' house, jobless, bitter, constantly starting fights. He even tried to restart community college, but dropped out after a month, blaming incompetent professors for his failing grades. He'd rant at my mom, complained that she let me get away with everything. Even though I hadn't asked them for a single dime since I left, my parents started calling more frequently, not to apologize. No, they were still too proud for that, but with little guilt trips disguised as concern. "We miss you," Mom would say. "Jeremy's having a hard time." Dad once texted, "I know things got messy, but you're still part of this family." But I wasn't falling for it. Not yet. They hadn't acknowledged what they did. They hadn't owned up to the favoritism, the dismissal, the years of silence. They just wanted things to go back to normal without earning the right to ask. And I had no intention of going back. Not until I was ready, and when I finally was, let's just say I made sure my return wasn't quiet. There's a quote I heard once: "The best revenge is living well." It sounds wise, elegant, like something you'd find stitched on a pillow in your therapist's office. But the truth? That quote was written by someone who's never been humiliated by their own family on their 18th birthday. Someone who's never had to pretend they were okay while the people who were supposed to love them forgot they even existed. Living well was a start, sure, but for me it wasn't enough. I didn't want to just escape the shadow of my family. I wanted to flip the lights on and show everyone exactly who had been standing in the dark all along. I wanted them to see me, not as the quiet one, not as Jeremy's brother, not even as the one who moved out, but as the man who built everything without their help and still stood taller than any of them ever imagined. But first, I needed patience, planning, precision. Revenge isn't about rage. It's not about yelling or fighting or posting angry paragraphs online. That's what Jeremy did. And look where that got him. Broke, bitter, and stewing in his own self-pity at my parents' house. No, my revenge had to be quiet. I wanted them to invite it, I wanted them to watch it unfold and realize too late that they had orchestrated their own undoing. It started with a message from Maya. This was a few weeks after my summer internship ended. I was back at school prepping for junior year when she texted me, "Remember Wayne from the film fest? He's launching something. Wants to talk to you." Wayne was a producer I'd met through Maya's short film the year before. Older, sharp, one of those guys who remembers names and shakes your hand like you're already important. I hadn't expected to hear from him again. We set up a video call. He was blunt. "I'm building a new digital production wing. Short-form documentaries, branded mini-films, social-first content, young talent, fresh eyes. I want you to be one of the writers." I blinked. "Wait, like, paid?" He laughed. "Not a lot, but enough. And it's remote. You can do it while finishing school. You'd be the youngest on the team. You interested?" I didn't even need to think. Yes, 100%. The job wasn't glamorous at first. Writing voiceover scripts, drafting outlines for 5-minute human interest stories, fact-checking interview transcriptions, but it was real. It was industry and I was making connections. I kept working my cafe job on weekends, but the digital gig gave me flexibility and, more importantly, credibility. That was phase 1. Phase 2 came when one of the directors in the studio circle, a guy named Rafi, took a liking to one of my short scripts. It was a quiet, introspective piece about a college student estranged from his family trying to build a life alone. I hadn't told him it was basically my autobiography. He said, "This has teeth. You thought about directing it?" I hadn't, not seriously, but the idea lodged in my brain like a match waiting to be struck. So I started planning. I spent weeks rewriting the script, tightening the dialogue, sharpening the emotional turns. I sent it to Maya, who gave me honest, brutal feedback and helped me polish it into something I was actually proud of. Then I submitted it to the campus film fund. They gave me a $3,000 grant. Not much in film terms, but enough to get started. We began filming that fall. It was small, me, Maya, 2 actors from the theater department, and a borrowed camera from the club. We used campus buildings, dorms, and even a rundown diner off Main Street as shooting locations. I called it Second Son. I didn't tell anyone what it was really about, but I poured everything into that film. Every unspoken resentment, every quiet humiliation, every moment I'd been overlooked, minimized, passed over. It was all there in the script, in the performances, in the cold lighting and the soft piano score I spent 2 nights composing on GarageBand. The last scene was just a close-up of the main character sitting at his own birthday party, surrounded by noise and people, utterly alone. The camera pulled back slowly until his figure was small, forgotten at the edge of the frame. When I watched the final cut, I cried. Not because I was sad, because it finally felt like someone saw me. Even if that someone was me. We submitted the short to a regional student film festival. I didn't expect much. There were bigger productions, flashier stories, films with actual budgets and crews. But Second Son made the finals and then it won. Best Short Film, Best Original Screenplay. A professor from another university came up to me afterward, shook my hand and said, "That last scene, I haven't felt something like that in years." And here's where things started to get interesting. See, one of the judges on that panel was an alum from my old high school. A woman named Leia who now worked in media consulting. She remembered my name not because of Jeremy, but because I'd been quiet and polite in her journalism class back in senior year. She reached out to me after the festival and said, "This might sound odd, but I know your parents." My stomach dropped. She continued, "They still live in Westwood, right? Nice people. Your brother, too." I didn't say anything. She smiled kindly. "Well, if you ever want help getting the film some press, small local papers, maybe an online feature, I know a few people." I thanked her politely. Then I went home and started thinking, press, local feature, a spotlight back home. That was phase 3. I didn't want fame. I didn't want to be a social media darling or an indie darling or any kind of darling. I just wanted one thing. I wanted the story they tried to erase me from, to circle back around and land right on their doorstep. So, I sent a screener of Second Son to a small local arts blog that covers homegrown creatives. The writer, A guy named Dev loved it, said it was a haunting, emotionally honest portrayal of generational silence. He published a piece on it the following week. It wasn't viral or anything, but it got picked up by the local town Facebook group, the same group my mom practically lived on. And suddenly, everyone in Westwood was talking about it. Parents were tagging other parents. Teachers I hadn't spoken to in years left comments like, "I always knew Caleb was going places." Some of the parents Jeremy had been buddy-buddy with during his soccer days shared it with captions like, "Such a powerful piece," and "From one of our own." Even the high school guidance counselor who had worked alongside my mom shared the article, writing, "An incredible short film by a former student. Watch until the end. It hits hard." I didn't reach out to my parents. I didn't have to, because they reached out to me. The first message came from my mom. "I saw the article. You made a movie. Why didn't you tell us?" Then another. "People are saying it's based on your life. Is that true?" And then the kicker. "I feel like you're painting us as villains. That's not fair." I didn't reply. She called. I let it ring. My dad messaged me next. "This is a low blow. Whatever your issues are, airing them in public isn't the answer." Jeremy didn't say anything directly, but someone told me he posted a story on Instagram that said, "Some people build careers on lies. Congrats, I guess." I laughed out loud when I saw it. They were squirming, and I hadn't even done anything to them. I just told the truth, framed in fiction, wrapped in cinematography and soft piano chords. And that was the moment I knew I had power. They had spent years controlling the narrative. Jeremy the golden boy, Caleb the quiet shadow, the second son. But now the whole town was looking at me. And the final piece of the setup came when my university announced their annual alumni gala/showcase hosted in my hometown. The department chair reached out, said they were screening select student works as part of the event. Asked if I'd like to introduce Second Son personally before the viewing. It was being held at the Westwood Community Theater, 3 blocks from my childhood home. I said yes, and then I rented 2 extra tickets. Because if there's one thing I've learned, you don't need to crash someone else's party when you can build a better one yourself and send them an invitation. There's a specific kind of silence that only exists in theaters. It's different from the silence of a library or a church. It's heavier. It hums. It's the collective breath-holding of 100 people all focused on the same frame, the same story. And on that night, the night my short film, Second Son, premiered in my hometown, I stood at the back of the Westwood Community Theater, watching an entire room sink into that silence. Rows of red velvet seats stretched out before me, filled with strangers and neighbors and teachers and students. But in the 5th row, a little left of center, sat 3 very familiar silhouettes. My mother, stiff in her church blazer. My father, arms folded tightly across his chest. And Jeremy, slouched so far into his seat, he looked like he was trying to disappear into the upholstery. I hadn't spoken to them in almost 2 years. No calls, no visits. The last words exchanged between us had been accusations, deflections, silence. And yet here they were. They had RSVP'd. I knew they would. The university had framed the event as a celebration of local talent. They put my name in the flyers. They shared the event online, and as soon as my mom saw it posted by the PTA president, who added a caption that read, "Excited to see what Caleb's been up to. Sounds powerful." I knew she wouldn't be able to resist, not because she missed me, but because she hated not knowing what people were whispering about. So, she dragged them there, probably convincing my dad it was a show of support, and bribing Jeremy with the promise of being seen in public. The irony was so thick I could have choked on it. They were finally coming to my event, not to hijack it, not to rewrite the story, but to sit in the dark and watch the truth unfold one frame at a time. The lights dimmed, the screen lit up, and then my voice filled the room. I had recorded the intro myself, a short message to the audience before the film began. My face appeared on screen, older now, calmer, sharper than they probably remembered. "Hi, I'm Caleb Runn," I said. I wrote and directed Second Son as a way to process silence. The kind that builds over years until you start to believe your voice doesn't matter. This story isn't just about me. It's about anyone who's ever been made to feel invisible in their own family. I hope it reminds you to listen closer, especially to the people you think you already understand. And then it began. The film opened on a quiet shot of a birthday party in full swing. Laughter, music, clinking glasses, but the camera lingered on one person, the protagonist. Seated at the edge of the patio table, half in frame, forgotten. As the story unfolded, the parallels were unmistakable. Scenes of favoritism, rewritten narratives, emotional neglect. Moments where the protagonist tried to speak up only to be brushed aside with phrases like, "Don't be so sensitive," or, "Why can't you just be happy for your brother?" And then came the birthday scene, the final gut punch. The camera panned across the crowd singing for the wrong person. The candles blown out by someone else. The protagonist standing in the background with a cupcake in his hand. Alone. There were gasps. A few people shifted in their seats. I glanced toward row 5. Jeremy was staring straight ahead, jaw clenched. My dad was stone-faced. My mom had her hand pressed to her lips, eyes locked on the screen like she couldn't look away, or maybe like she finally saw it. When the credits rolled, the silence remained. Heavier now, thicker, then applause. Slow at first, then steady. I stepped forward from the back of the room toward the small podium near the screen. "Thank you all for coming," I said. My voice was steady, calm. No venom, no theatrics. This story was hard to tell. Not because I didn't know what happened, but because for a long time I thought maybe it didn't matter. I thought maybe the version of events I remembered wasn't important enough to say out loud. I looked directly at row 5. But silence has a cost, and sometimes the quietest people are carrying the loudest truths. So tonight, I wanted to honor those truths. No one clapped right away. Not until I stepped away from the mic. But as I walked down the aisle, dozens of people reached out, shook my hand, clapped my shoulder, said things like, "That hit home," or "I saw myself in that," or simply, "Thank you." I didn't turn to see if my parents or Jeremy stayed. I didn't need to, because outside the theater, as I stood under the awning, soaking in the cool night air, I heard my name. Caleb. It was my mother. She approached me alone. My father and Jeremy were nowhere in sight. Her face looked pale in the streetlight, not from embarrassment, but from something heavier. Guilt, maybe, or the realization that the son she'd ignored had grown into a man she didn't recognize. "That was a lot," she said. I said nothing. She looked down at her hands, then back up. "You could have talked to us." I raised an eyebrow. "I tried. You just weren't listening." She winced, but she didn't deny it. "Is that really how you remember things?" "Yes," I said with the sharp, unflinching certainty of someone who'd waited years to be asked that question. She swallowed. "I didn't know it hurt you that much." "Because you never looked," I replied. "Because you were too busy making sure Jeremy had the perfect life, even if it meant letting me disappear." She stepped closer. "You're not invisible, Caleb. We love you." I smiled, small and sad. "Maybe, but love without effort is just decoration." She said nothing after that, just stood there, mouth parted like she wanted to say more. But there was nothing left to give, no apology that would fix it, no quick fix that would unwrite the years of neglect. So I turned and walked away. As I reached the corner of the block, I saw Jeremy standing near my car. He looked up as I approached, arms crossed, the same defensive scowl he always wore when he felt the ground slipping under his feet. "You happy now?" he asked. "You made us look like monsters." "I didn't have to," I said. "You did that yourselves." He shook his head, sneering. "All this just to prove you're better than me." I laughed genuinely. "No, Jeremy. All this just to prove I was here." And I left him standing there, stunned in the glow of the theater marquee that still bore my name. In the weeks that followed, the film got picked up by an online streaming platform for student features. I started getting messages from people across the country. Students, teachers, even therapists, all saying the same thing: this story mattered. Meanwhile, back in Westwood, the fallout was quiet but deep. My mom took a leave from the school. The guidance office restructured. PTA moms whispered, Former friends reached out less. Jeremy moved out of my parents' house 6 months later, after what Kyle later told me was a massive blow-up where he accused them of ruining his reputation. He bounced around jobs, tried a YouTube channel, failed at it, and eventually stopped posting altogether. And my dad, he never reached out. Not once. That told me more than any apology ever could. But me, I kept going. I graduated with honors. Got hired full-time by the same production studio that gave me my start. Moved into a small apartment with creaky floors and a view of the skyline that made every all-nighter worth it. I kept writing, kept filming, kept telling stories for the people who'd been made to feel small. And every year on my birthday, I light a candle. Not because I need a wish, but because sometimes the smallest flame is enough to burn down an entire false narrative. They built their story around Jeremy, but I wrote the ending. And this one's mine. Now on to the next story. Story 5. I'm Luke, 19 years old, and as of 3 days ago, I no longer live with my family. My birthday had always been complicated. Not painful, not tragic, just awkward. Like the whole family remembered, but no one wanted to put effort into actually celebrating. My parents would throw a small dinner, maybe a store-bought cake if I was lucky, and my brother Ethan would usually overshadow the whole thing by picking a fight or forgetting entirely. This year, I told myself I didn't care. I had plans. I'd save quietly from my part-time job at the campus bookstore. I had a used car I paid off myself, a small scholarship from a writing contest, and an acceptance letter from my dream university waiting on the desk in my room. I figured even if my family didn't throw confetti, I could enjoy a quiet evening knowing I'd carved out something for myself. But I was wrong. It started with a call downstairs. Just Luke, come down. We need to talk. No happy birthday. No gift bag on the table. Just mom sitting stiff on the couch, arms crossed, and dad beside her, jaw clenched like he was holding back something he didn't want to say. Ethan sat in the armchair, staring at the TV like he wasn't fully present. I felt my stomach sink before anyone even opened their mouth. Mom went first. We've made a decision, she said, brushing invisible lint off her knee. Ethan's had a rough year. You know that. That's what she always opened with. Ethan's had a rough year was her favorite way to excuse anything from a failed class to a total car wreck. He dropped out of community college after a semester, wrecked 2 vehicles, both paid for by our parents, and recently lost his 3rd job in 6 months. Somehow, despite all that, he still had the latest iPhone and never chipped in a dime for groceries. Dad cleared his throat. He needs a clean slate, a real chance to reset. I nodded slowly, unsure what this had to do with me. That's when Mom smiled, and not the kind of smile that meant good news. So we sold the Corolla. It took me a second to process what she meant. My car. You don't need it, she said, her voice quick like she was trying to get through a script. You're not commuting this semester. You said your classes were mostly online. That doesn't mean... I started, but she held up a hand. We also repurposed your college savings, she continued, each word carefully chosen like she'd rehearsed this in her head 100 times. Ethan has some debt, $25,000. He got into a little trouble with loans, and we need to help him out of it before it spirals. I felt something behind my eyes, a sharp, hot pressure that I refused to let turn into tears. That's my college fund. You're still going to college, Dad said quickly. You've got that scholarship, right? It's partial, I said flatly. It only covers part of the tuition and none of housing. We'll figure something out, Mom said way too cheerfully. Actually, we already have. Ethan found a place. And if you two split rent, no. That was the first time I'd raised my voice. Not loud, not aggressive, just final. And that's when Mom slid the paper across the coffee table. A loan agreement already filled out. All they needed was my signature. It was for the remaining balance on Ethan's debt. The line at the bottom read, "Cosigner, Lukander James Walker." If you cosign, Mom said gently, he gets the money, fixes his credit, and we all move forward. If you don't, well, we'll have to ask you to leave. We just can't afford both of you under one roof if you're not helping the family. The room was still. Dad wasn't making eye contact. Ethan hadn't looked away from the TV. I stared at the paper, then back at her. So, I either agreed to ruin my credit for him or I pack my things. It's what families do, she said, as if that made it okay. We support each other. I didn't argue. I just stood up, nodded and said, noted. Upstairs, I packed slowly. Not because I had too much to take. Just clothes, my laptop, the documents I kept in a locked drawer. But because every minute was thick with disbelief. I kept waiting for one of them to knock, to say it was a joke, to apologize, to stop me. No one did. Before leaving, I wrote a letter. Not a dramatic one, just the facts. I wouldn't co-sign. I wouldn't stay. And I wouldn't be reachable for a while. I left it on the kitchen counter with my spare key and locked the door behind me. By morning, my phone had over 20 missed calls. The first voicemail was Ethan sounding almost frantic. Dude, where are you? I need that signature or I'm done. Call me. The second was, Dad, Luke, let's talk. Your mother's upset. The third was Mom sobbing into the receiver and mumbling something about how I was overreacting. But the one that stuck with me most was the fourth. Dad again, but this time out of breath like he was walking. I'm driving around checking the library, the train station, your old job. Just call us, please. I haven't, and I don't think I will. I didn't sleep much that first night, but I didn't cry either. I stayed at a 24-hour diner near the edge of town, one of those places that smells like burnt coffee and pancake syrup. Even at 2 a.m., I sat in the corner booth, backpack next to me, hoodie up, watching the headlights go by through the foggy window. The waitress didn't ask questions. She just kept refilling my cup, sometimes with fresh coffee, sometimes just hot water, as if she knew I wasn't drinking it for the taste. I must have looked like every other runaway kid who came through there. But I wasn't a kid and I hadn't run away. I'd walked out calm, conscious, and completely done. The next morning, I checked into a cheap extended stay motel using the emergency savings I'd stashed away, cash I'd saved from tutoring kids at school, and selling a few freelance essays online. It wasn't much, but it was mine. And I realized something. For the first time in a long time, everything I had, every dollar, every decision was mine. The voicemails didn't stop. They just got louder. Ethan left a string of angry messages, each one more desperate than the last. You don't get it, Luke. You messed me over. I had a deal lined up. I just needed that cosign. And now everything's gone. You owe me, man. You're my brother. Then silence for a day. Then they're saying they might repossess the car. And Mom's not doing well. She's barely eating. He always had a way of making other people's pain my responsibility. But I didn't respond. I didn't block the number either. Not yet. I wanted to hear how far they'd fall without me. Is that petty? Maybe. But when you've spent 19 years being the backup plan for people who only call you when they're in trouble, silence feels a lot like justice. Mom's messages shifted from guilt to bargaining. We didn't mean to ambush you, she said in one. We were just scared. Ethan's your brother. You're older. You're supposed to help him. I laughed at that. I was older by 11 months, technically a twin, just born before midnight. But that little technicality had always come with extra expectations. I was the responsible one, the one who didn't throw tantrums, who didn't crash the family car, or get caught lying about failing grades. And apparently that made me the designated fixer. I didn't tell anyone where I was. Not friends, not coworkers, not even my academic advisor, though I knew I'd have to eventually. For a few days, I lived in the quiet. I found a part-time job at a storage unit facility nearby, the kind that pays under the table and doesn't ask questions. I used the motel's Wi-Fi to contact my university and requested a deferment. I said there had been a family emergency, which wasn't entirely a lie. They gave me a semester off, no penalty. I'd reapply for housing once things settled, if things ever settled. About a week after I left, I got a message from my aunt, Mom's younger sister, the only one in the family who had ever seemed to genuinely like me. She wrote, "Call me. Just 5 minutes. I'm not here to guilt you. I just want you to hear what happened." I debated ignoring it, but curiosity got the better of me. When I finally called her, she answered on the first ring. Luke. Her voice was soft, and I could hear traffic in the background. I don't know where you are, and I'm not going to ask, but your mom's unraveling. Your dad looks like he hasn't slept in days. Ethan's been grounded. Not literally, but emotionally. I think he's finally starting to realize no one's going to bail him out this time. I stayed quiet. I told them they crossed a line, she added. I said, if you were my son, I'd be ashamed of what they did. That caught me off guard. My aunt was the kind of woman who didn't ruffle feathers. Her saying something, anything, was huge. They think you're just being dramatic, she continued. But I know better. I know you've been holding that family together for years. She paused, then asked gently, do you want me to pass along a message? Even just to say you're okay. I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to scream, to lay it all out. Another part wanted to disappear entirely. So, I just said, tell them I'm safe and tell Mom this. I was her son, not her solution. There was silence on the other end. Then a quiet, okay. The next day, I got a notification from my bank. The account my parents had access to, the one they used to move money around, occasionally slipping into my savings when they were tied on bills, had been cleaned out. Only this time it wasn't my account. It was theirs. And what I saw next nearly made me drop my phone. Several chargebacks. All the recent transfers from my fund gone. The money had been reversed by the bank due to unauthorized activity. I had filed the complaint before leaving. At the time, I didn't think it would go anywhere, but apparently, with proof of ownership and a detailed report of manipulation, they sided with me. I was getting it back. My car money, my tuition money, my future. And Mom, well, based on the last voicemail I received, just breathing, just crying, I had a feeling the reality was finally sinking in. I haven't decided what to do next. Part of me wants to build a new life quietly somewhere they can't reach me. Another part wants to confront them face to face. Not to scream, not to gloat, but just to exist in front of them as someone they no longer control. But for now, I'm watching the pieces fall. And I haven't picked up the phone. Not yet. The motel room was cramped, but it was mine. The sheets were stiff, and the AC wheezed like it was on its last breath. But the silence, the real silence, was priceless. No one knocking at the door asking if I could cover someone's gas. No guilt-tripping over dinner. No Ethan barging in at midnight needing something, then muttering, "You're such a buzzkill," when I said no. I used to think quiet was boring. Now I clung to it like oxygen. I spent the next few days in what I'd call a productive limbo. I mapped out everything, budgeted the refunded money, divided it between a high-yield account and a new bank they didn't know about, submitted applications for campus housing near my university, and made arrangements to retrieve my official documents. It turned out my old high school still had a sealed copy of my transcript and birth certificate on file, something I never thought I'd be grateful for. I even started drafting a new essay for a few additional scholarships, this time with a story that was very real. And all the while, the calls kept coming. Not as frequently now, just one every couple of days. But the tone had changed. Something I didn't expect. It was Dad this time. His voice was lower, strained. "Luke, listen. I know we messed up. I'm not going to pretend we didn't. I didn't even want to go along with it. Your mom said it was a temporary solution, that we'd pay it back, that Ethan would shape up. I should have said no. I should have protected you." I didn't delete the voicemail, but I didn't return it either. I sat with it for a while, listening again and again, trying to hear if there was any real remorse or if it was just another trick, another wave in the cycle of, "You're the stable one. Fix it for us." But what really caught me off guard wasn't the guilt in Dad's voice. It was what came next. "Your mother's not well," he said. "Since you left, she's barely functioning. She keeps saying you're going to come back, that it was just a bad birthday, and you'll forgive her. But I think deep down she knows she crossed a line." I sat in my motel bed, phone pressed against my ear, the blue TV glow flickering across the wallpaper like a ghost. I should have felt something. Sadness, anger, maybe even sympathy. But I didn't. All I felt was distance, like he was describing strangers, not family. A few hours later, I got a text from an unknown number. "You could have just said no. You didn't have to humiliate them." No name, no punctuation, just that. I didn't have to guess who it was. Ethan had a very specific tone when he wasn't getting his way. That kind of half-pitiful, half-blaming attitude, like the world owed him everything, and anyone who disagreed was cruel. I stared at the message for a long time. Then, almost on instinct, I opened notes on my phone and started writing a reply I never sent. You used to steal my chargers, my money, my clothes, and my time. I stayed silent. You crashed the car, blamed me, and I still kept your secret. I covered for you when you were high at Mom's birthday dinner. I stayed quiet. I paid rent when you didn't. I stayed quiet. I gave up weekends, sleep, my mental health, and you called me dramatic when I finally broke. And now you say I humiliated them. No, Ethan. I just stopped protecting you. That's all. I didn't send it. I didn't need to. Some truths were better left unsaid and unanswered. That night, I dreamed I was back in the living room, sitting across from Mom while she slid that loan document across the coffee table again. Except this time, I didn't stay silent. In the dream, I stood up, grabbed it, and lit it on fire in front of her. She didn't move, just watched it burn, her face unreadable. And when I turned to leave, she whispered, "You'll be back. You always come back." I woke up sweating. I checked my phone out of habit. Another voicemail from my sister. We're not close. She moved out when I was 13 and never really looked back. Visits were rare and awkward, but she was always cordial. I assumed she stayed distant because of the chaos at home. Self-preservation in its purest form. Her message was short. Hey, it's Claire. I just heard what happened from Aunt Jen. I'm proud of you. I know that probably sounds weird coming from me, but I am. Took me way too long to walk away, and I still don't think I ever fully did. Just if you need a place to land, I've got a guest room. No strings, no lectures, just let me know. I didn't realize how tightly I was gripping the phone until I felt my fingers ache. Her voice, calm, quiet, real, hit harder than I expected. I saved the message. Later that day, I walked into a used car lot with cash in hand. Not enough for anything flashy, but enough for a decent second-hand sedan. I picked a navy blue Honda that had a few dings on the side, but ran well. The dealer didn't ask too many questions, just smiled when I handed over the money and said, "Starting over?" I nodded. Back at the motel, I gathered my things into one suitcase. The air was stale and I could hear a couple fighting 2 doors down, but I didn't care. The moment I zipped that suitcase closed, it felt symbolic. I wasn't just leaving the room. I was leaving that version of me behind. As I stepped outside, the late afternoon sun hit different, warmer, freer. I slid into the driver's seat of the Honda, shut the door, and just sat there for a moment, breathing in the silence. Then I pulled out my phone and opened the last text message Ethan had sent. And this time I replied, but not with words. I just sent him a photo of the car keys in my hand. And then I turned off my phone. But what I didn't know, what I couldn't have known, was that while I was driving toward the next chapter, something was unraveling back at home. Something they'd been hiding. Something I was never meant to find out. I didn't check my phone again for 3 full days. I stayed off the grid, more or less, parked at rest stops, crashing in the car when I needed to, scribbling notes about essays I wanted to write, stories I wanted to finish. And for the first time in years, I wasn't writing for school or approval or family praise. I was writing for me, my own voice, my own name. I finally turned my phone back on in a library parking lot 2 towns over, just long enough to check messages, make sure there wasn't some emergency that needed my attention. That's when I saw it. 13 missed calls from Aunt Jen, from Claire. 1 from an unknown number that had a location tag from a local police department. I felt the weight of it immediately. The dread, the pulse in my neck, the instinct that whatever was coming next wasn't just petty family drama. I called Claire first. She answered immediately. "Luke, thank God. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I said slowly. "What's going on?" There was a pause on her end. Then, "You should sit down." I stayed standing. "It's Dad," she said. "He's in the hospital. He collapsed at work yesterday. Apparently it was his heart. Stress. The doctors think they had to call 911. My stomach dropped for a moment. Everything around me, the trees, the concrete, the sun, just froze. "I'm not saying you have to rush back," she added quickly. "I just thought you should know. You're his son. No matter what happened." I stayed silent for a long time. She didn't fill the silence. She just waited. "Is he stable?" I finally asked. "Yeah," she said. "For now." I hung up without promising anything. I sat in my car for a full hour, staring at the steering wheel, trying to feel something other than the thick fog of confusion. I didn't hate my dad. He had always been the quieter enabler, the man who didn't scream, didn't throw things, but never stood up for me either. He just stood by, let it happen. But part of me remembered the late nights when he'd bring me tea while I studied or silently fix something in my room without saying a word. A part of me remembered when he taught me how to change a tire back when I thought that meant he believed I'd be going places. So I drove. I didn't tell anyone I was coming. I just showed up at the hospital unshaven and exhausted, still wearing the same hoodie from days before. I asked the front desk for James Walker. The nurse looked at me, then at her screen and said, "Room 308. I found it after getting lost twice. Inside, Dad was pale, thinner, older than I remembered, like the last few weeks had aged him by years. He was asleep. Mom sat beside him in the recliner, hunched and quiet. When I walked in, she looked up, and for the first time in my life, she looked small. Not weak, not helpless, just small. "Luke," she breathed, like she wasn't sure I was real. I didn't say anything. She stood slowly. "I didn't think you'd come." "I didn't come for you," I said. "I came for him." She flinched, then nodded. "He was asking for you," she said quietly. "Even when they put him under, he kept saying your name." I stepped forward slowly. Dad stirred, eyes fluttering open like they were fighting gravity. When he saw me, something in his expression broke. "Luke," he rasped. "Yeah," I said, sitting in the chair Mom had been in. "It's me." He blinked slowly like he wasn't sure I was really there. I'm sorry. I didn't answer. I just let him keep talking. I should have stopped her. I knew it was wrong, but I didn't want another fight. She said it was just for a month, that we'd replace it. "It never is," I said. "With her, it's never just once." "I know," he whispered. "I know that now." We didn't say much else. Just sat there existing. That was enough. After a while, I left. I didn't want to talk to Mom, and she didn't try to stop me. But as I passed the nurse's station, one of them flagged me down. "You're James Walker's son?" she asked. "Yes." She hesitated. "There's something you should know. His insurance is a mess. Claims denied. Late payments. There's a backlog going back 6 months." I frowned. "He's always had coverage through his job." She gave a tight smile. "It might be worth looking into. He's still listed as the guarantor on some accounts, but someone's been moving funds around. It's unusual." My gut turned cold. I thanked her, left the hospital, and drove straight to the credit union that still held one of my parents' joint accounts, the one my name was accidentally still attached to because I had been a minor when it was opened. I sat down with the banker, showed ID, explained I needed to see recent activity. She handed me a printed sheet, and what I saw made my hands tremble. Thousands of dollars in cash withdrawals, transfers to unfamiliar accounts. The biggest one, $11,000 sent to a name I didn't recognize. I looked closer. It wasn't Ethan. It wasn't Mom. It was Aiden Quinn. I didn't recognize the name until I remembered. That was the last name of Mom's coworker, the friend she always texted during dinner. The one Dad once asked about, and she said, "Oh, don't be jealous. He's married." Except he wasn't. I spent the next 2 hours at the bank and the library downtown. I pulled public records. I searched everything. Aiden Quinn was real, divorced, recently moved out of state. And 5 months ago, the same time those big withdrawals started, he bought a second home in New Mexico with help from a $30,000 wire deposit under my mother's name. It all snapped into place. The sudden decision to sell my car, the demand to co-sign, the missing tuition money. It wasn't just for Ethan. Mom had been siphoning money, setting herself up, preparing an escape plan. But when I refused to sign, refused to stay, it all collapsed. She'd gambled with my future, with my dad's stability, with Ethan's debt. Not for the family, but for herself. And now Dad was in a hospital bed, wondering why his credit cards were failing. I went back to the hospital the next morning and told him everything. He didn't say a word, just stared ahead at the wall, his expression crumbling inch by inch. When I was finished, he nodded once, just once, then said, "Get me a lawyer." That afternoon, Claire and I helped him sign a power of attorney document. He removed Mom from every joint account. He froze the credit lines, filed fraud paperwork, reported the wire transfers, and filed for divorce the next week. She never saw it coming. Ethan tried to reach out again a few days later. A text. This time, "Mom's moving out. She says you destroyed everything." I didn't respond. A month later, I officially moved into student housing, re-enrolled in university, and accepted a scholarship increase after submitting my revised story. The title, "When the Ones You Love Build a Cage and Call It Home." It won an award. Dad is healing slowly. Claire visits often. We're not a perfect family. Maybe never were, but the parts worth saving are still here. As for Mom, she sent me one last message. No apology, no explanation. Just, "I hope someday you understand why I did what I had to do." I deleted it. I didn't need to understand. I needed peace. And now I finally had it. Now on to the next story. Story 6. At Christmas brunch, I knocked on the door with my kids. My mom peeked through the window, then opened it just enough to say, "Today's not a good day for your kind of energy." My kids looked at me confused. I just took their hands and said, "Let's go get pancakes." 10 minutes later, my brother called, panicking. "Why did you cancel your sister's lease?" Last Christmas was the last time I brought my kids to my parents' house. I didn't know it at the time, but something about that morning felt off before we even left home. The sky was heavy with snow clouds and the roads were quiet. My son had memorized a short Christmas poem he wanted to recite to Grandma. My daughter had drawn a picture of our family in front of a fireplace. She glued little cotton balls on for snow. They were excited, cheerful, asking if Grandpa was going to wear his funny reindeer tie again. We parked in front of the house just before 10 o'clock. The porch light was on even though it was daytime. I walked up with the kids and knocked like we always did. No answer for a moment. Then I saw the curtain shift slightly upstairs. A pause. Another minute passed before the door creaked open just enough to reveal her face. She didn't smile. She didn't say, "Merry Christmas." Just leaned slightly forward and said flat and calm, "Today is not the best day for such energetic guests." That was it. My daughter glanced at me. My son frowned, clearly confused. I said nothing, just reached out, took their hands and walked us back to the car. We drove to a diner off Route 9. Cheap, warm, cheerful. The waitress gave the kids extra whipped cream without asking. I told them we were going to have our own Christmas brunch. They didn't say much, just ate quietly, glancing at the window now and then. My phone buzzed halfway through the meal. It was my brother. He sounded frantic. "What the hell, man? Why did you cancel Jenny's lease?" I didn't answer right away. I thought I'd misheard. He said the leasing office called that morning and told her the cosigner had withdrawn. She wasn't getting the apartment now. "You were the cosigner," he said. "They said you backed out." I told him I hadn't signed any lease, hadn't canceled anything. He kept pushing, said she already gave notice at her current place, had half her stuff in boxes, and now she might have nowhere to live in January. I said I didn't know what he was talking about. He called me a liar, said I was being selfish. Then he hung up. That night, after I got the kids to bed, I sat down at my laptop. I wasn't just curious, I was angry. I checked my email history, searched for anything from the leasing office. Buried deep in my inbox was a forwarded message. It came from my mom's address. I never opened it because the subject looked like junk. Forward. Verification required. Urgent. Inside was a PDF. It had my name, my information, my supposed signature. A cosigner cancellation. Except I had never seen it before. The digital signature had an IP address embedded in the metadata. I ran a quick search. The IP was registered to their zip code, specifically a residential address on their street. It didn't take long to figure out. My mother had forged the cancellation. She had pretended to be me and pulled out of the lease just in time to ruin my sister's move, then made sure I'd be the one they blamed. That explained the door. That explained her face. She didn't want us there because the trap had already been sprung. And suddenly it all clicked. The small digs over the years, the subtle shifting of blame, the way every argument always seemed to come back to something I supposedly did wrong. They'd never said it, but I wasn't one of them anymore. They just finally stopped pretending. The silence after Christmas didn't feel accidental. Felt staged. No follow-up texts from my mom asking if the kids liked their gifts. No calls from Jenny. Just that one string of messages from my brother loaded with blame. The first one said, "I seriously don't get what you're trying to prove." And then another, "You knew she needed that place. You just didn't care." A few hours later, "Honestly, this is just like you, pretending to be better than us." I didn't respond. I'd already gone through the email chain from the leasing office 3 times, zoomed in on the PDF signature, checked the IP address again. It wasn't a guess anymore. She signed it from her house as me. That meant she lied about needing help with utilities. She tricked me into giving her enough information to fill out a lease application and a cancellation form in my name. She made sure the damage would land squarely on me. What got me wasn't just the betrayal. It was the coordination. They had to have talked about it. My mother and Jenny, maybe even my brother. Otherwise, how would he know to blow up my phone minutes after the leasing office called her? It was timed too perfectly. I didn't call her out. I didn't ask for an explanation. I just got to work. A few years ago, before my dad died, he set up inheritance accounts for each of us. I was the executive not by choice, but because I was the only one he trusted not to gamble it away or buy a boat. Each account was locked until certain life events. First child, marriage, home purchase. If they hit the milestone and asked for their share, I was supposed to release it. Jenny's milestone was now. The lease she'd been trying to secure was tied to that deposit. She had emailed me about it back in October, saying she was moving out and would need the funds around January. I hadn't taken action at the time, too busy. But now I logged into the fund portal and flagged her account. I marked it review required and removed all disbursement permissions. No email, no warning, just removed it. Then I turned to my brother. He was in the middle of launching some boutique renovation startup. Had been bragging about it since Thanksgiving. He'd been hounding me for weeks to send over a verification letter stating his inheritance account balance. He wanted to use it as collateral for a loan. I had even half-written the letter already. I opened the draft, deleted it, and logged into his account. Same treatment. I reset the password, removed access, and left the balance untouched. Let the bank tell him no. I wasn't being petty. I was being precise. For years, I played the reliable one, the fixer, the mediator. When Jenny missed payments, I'd covered. When my brother crashed his car, I co-signed the lease for his next one. Every time my mom stirred up drama, I was the one who smoothed things over. But now it was different. Now they made it clear I wasn't family to them. I was just a tool. So I stopped playing my part. A few days into January, Mom sent a group message. "Hope everyone's easing into the new year. Miss seeing you all." I didn't reply. I watched the bubble on the screen. My brother gave it a thumbs up. Jenny sent a red heart. Then Mom called. I let it ring. The voicemail was short. "Just wondering how you all are. Haven't heard from you since Christmas. Hope we didn't do something to upset you." Didn't do something. I sat there staring at the phone. That line, "Hope we didn't do something." That was classic her. Passive, fake, worried, acting like she wasn't holding a lit match behind her back. What she didn't know was that I'd already set the boundaries in motion. Not with a big confrontation, not with a dramatic exit, just quiet locks on all the doors she used to walk through without knocking. And once those locks clicked, I had no intention of opening them again. A week passed then, too. Nothing from Jenny. Nothing from my brother. Mom sent another text, this time just to me. "I feel like something's wrong. Can we talk?" I didn't respond. I left it sitting there unread but not unseen. Then came the email. Subject line, Inheritance Accounts. Quick question from Jenny. She wrote like nothing had happened. Said she needed the deposit for a new apartment, different building, slightly cheaper than the last. She mentioned a deadline coming up and asked if I could process the release ASAP. She even included a photo of the lease agreement like that would nudge me into action. I didn't reply. I archived it and flagged the message internally. 2 days later, she tried again. This time, she sounded irritated. Just checking on the transfer. The building manager needs confirmation or I'm going to lose this place. 2. I don't understand why you're ghosting me. That one I didn't even open. I deleted it straight out of the notification preview. That weekend, my brother showed up at my door. I didn't recognize the knock at first. Too quick, too deliberate. I looked through the peephole. He was standing there in jeans and a coat too thin for January, holding a manila envelope. When I opened the door, he didn't even say hi. Just held out the envelope and said, "This is the letter for the loan application. They need it this week." I told him he could leave it in the mailbox. He stared at me like I'd slapped him. "I drove across town," he said. "You could at least talk to me." I didn't answer. He stood there a little longer, then finally dropped the envelope into the box and walked off without another word. I didn't touch the envelope. It sat there for a week until the rain turned it to pulp. I left it. The shift started to hit them slowly. Jenny's new lease fell through. She posted something passive-aggressive on Facebook about people pretending to help but disappearing when it matters. My brother didn't get the loan. I knew this because he applied to the same regional bank where I used to work and a friend still in lending mentioned it to me. Said the deal fell apart because he couldn't verify the collateral. Then Mom tried again. She sent a box to my house, handwritten note on top, some cookies under plastic wrap, and a framed photo of me as a kid holding my first bike. The note said, "Hope this reminds you where you come from." I threw the photo in the closet and dumped the cookies in the trash. The thing is, they thought I was punishing them. They thought I was angry, emotional, wounded, but they were wrong. I wasn't reacting. I was done reacting. This wasn't a tantrum. It was a slow, methodical cut, one thread at a time. They had taken me for granted for years, counted on my silence, my predictability, my unwillingness to confront. They treated me like a spare part. I had done the math a long time ago. I just hadn't pulled the trigger. Until they gave me the perfect excuse. They wanted to play games. They forgot I could play too. But I wasn't playing to win anymore. I was playing to end it. By mid-February, the silence I gave them started echoing louder than anything they'd ever said. Jenny's third email finally dropped the polite tone. She accused me of being cruel, manipulative, said she couldn't believe I was doing this to my own sister, claimed I had some kind of superiority complex and that Dad would be ashamed of me. That part made me laugh. Dad would have seen this for exactly what it was. He knew them better than they think. I didn't answer her. I didn't need to. That same week, my brother's ex called me. I hadn't spoken to her in over a year. She said he was in a bad place, that the loan fell through, that he was behind on rent for the warehouse he'd leased for the renovation business. She asked if there was any way I could talk to him. Not help, just talk. I told her I wasn't interested. She said she understood. And that was that. Things really started to unravel after that. Jenny moved back in with Mom. She posted about it vaguely online. Something like, "Life throws curveballs, but family catches you." Except I knew better. That house wasn't a haven. It was the nest where they all learned to twist stories into weapons. I could tell Mom was starting to panic beneath her usual calm mask. She started forwarding emails from her church group, inspirational quotes about forgiveness and family, Bible verses she never actually lived by. I ignored everyone. Then she tried something bolder. She left a voicemail saying she was thinking about rewriting her will. Said she wanted to make sure everything was handled fairly and asked if I wanted to come over for lunch to talk about it. There it was, the trap. The invitation to come back to the fold to play the role again. The beautiful son, the problem solver, the one who takes the high road. Except I wasn't interested in the road. I was building my own. I didn't call back. I didn't even let it bother me. What she didn't know was that Dad had already handled the real will years ago, separately, quietly. The house wasn't even hers fully. It was in a trust split 3 ways. 1/3 was mine, legally irrevocable. She couldn't cut me out, but I had no intention of ever claiming it. I was waiting for the moment when they'd realize I wasn't bluffing, that I wasn't angry. I was just finished. The kids started asking questions again, more carefully this time. My daughter asked if we could go see Grandma just for a minute. My son said maybe things were different now, that they missed us. I told them the truth. We don't visit people who lie. We don't visit people who hurt others to protect their own mistakes. And most importantly, we don't visit people just because they are family. It was hard. They didn't like it, but they listened. By March, Mom sent a final message, a long one. She said she didn't know what she did wrong, that she missed her grandchildren, that she hoped I would find peace. No apology. Not one word admitting what she'd done. Just a vague call for peace, as if this was some misunderstanding I was dragging out. She still didn't get it. There would be no return, no reunion, no heartwarming moment around a dinner table. This wasn't a grudge. It was a divorce. And I was done being married to people who only showed love when they were in control. Spring came early that year. The snow vanished overnight and everything started blooming too fast. It should have felt like a fresh start, but all I felt was the weight finally lifting. I wasn't checking my phone anymore. I wasn't waiting for the next excuse or guilt trip. I was out, but they weren't done. In April, I got a call from the elementary school. The secretary said my mom had tried to pick up my daughter from class. Said she claimed there was a family emergency and that she was taking her home. She didn't even have pickup authorization. They stopped her before she could sign anything. Called me immediately and told her to leave. I had to take an early lunch and drive down there just to make sure everything was okay. My daughter was fine but confused. Said Grandma told her I was making a mistake and that she needed to come stay with them just for a few days. I had to sit down with the principal. I signed a new form removing all extended family from the emergency contacts list. Then I blocked my mother's number from both of my kids' phones. When they asked why, I told them because I love them. Because I'm protecting them. That was the moment I crossed the line in my own head. Up until then, I was just stepping away, quietly, removing myself. But now, this wasn't distance anymore. This was war. I didn't call my mom. I didn't yell or threaten or ask for an explanation. I just called my lawyer. I told him I wanted to update my will. Everything would go to my kids. A separate clause forbade guardianship to any biological family members on either side. I gave him the full story. He didn't even look surprised. Said he'd seen worse. The final blow came the next week. I got an alert from the bank, a flagged transaction attempt. My brother had tried to use his inheritance account as collateral again, except this time he'd forged a letter, a fake verification document with my digital signature copied from an old email attachment. I called the bank directly, had them file a fraud report. Within 2 days, the account was frozen. Not just his, but Jenny's too. The trust clause in the accounts allowed me to freeze them permanently in case of misuse. They weren't just blocked now. They were done. No more milestones. No more second chances. Then I sent a certified letter to my mother's house. It wasn't angry, just factual. I included copies of the fraud report, the school incident, and the trust termination documents. I ended it with one sentence: "You will not be part of our lives again." 2 days later, she tried to show up at my house. This time I called the police. She never made it to the front door. The officer gave her a formal trespass warning. She cried, apparently told him she didn't understand, that she was just trying to fix things. But she wasn't trying to fix anything. She was trying to reclaim control. She still doesn't know that the house she's living in, the one she always called hers, will legally belong to me in 4 years when the trust converts. And when it does, I already know what I'm going to do. Sell it. Every room, every photo, every fake memory stored in the walls. Gone. Because I finally understood something I should have known a long time ago. You don't owe people loyalty just because they share your blood. And family isn't who raises you. It's who protects you when things fall apart. They had their chance and they blew it. Summer came in heavy and fast. The kids were out of school and we spent more time at the lake than we ever had. I rented a little cabin for weekends, just the three of us. No schedules, no calls, just stillness. They stopped reaching out, not because they understood, but because they realized I wasn't bluffing. There was nothing left to manipulate. The money was locked. The house was eventually slipping from under them. I wasn't answering calls. I wasn't showing up to play the role of the family fixer anymore. And then came the final crack. Jenny called from a new number, and for some reason I picked up. Maybe I was curious. Maybe I wanted to hear it for myself. She started soft, saying she wanted to talk, that she didn't understand how everything got this bad, that Mom was not doing well, and maybe I should consider coming by. I didn't say anything. Then she switched tones. She said I was being selfish, that I was destroying the family over a misunderstanding, that punishing everyone over a single document was vindictive. A single document, as if it started there. I hung up mid-sentence. Later that week, my daughter came into the kitchen with her tablet. She'd been watching old family videos, ones I had transferred from DVDs years ago. Her eyes were red. She asked if we could just visit for a little while, even if it was outside, just to say hi. I told her no, not now, not ever. She didn't argue, but I saw something in her expression. Not anger, just a quiet recognition that I meant it. That this wasn't about some grudge or tantrum. This was permanent. One night, I pulled the old photo albums out of the closet. The ones Mom had put together when we were kids. Birthdays, school plays, summer camping trips where Dad cooked everything and Mom complained about bugs. I sat at the table and looked through each one. Then I threw them in the fire pit. I didn't feel anything watching them burn. Not sadness, not even relief, just clarity. I had a voicemail saved on my phone from years ago from Dad, right before he passed. I kept it without thinking. That night, I listened to it again. He said, "Take care of your kids. That's the only legacy that matters." And he was right. So I made a final decision. I changed our last names. Not for the kids, just for me. Quietly, legally, I went back to my grandfather's original surname, the one before it got changed at Ellis Island. Before it got buried under the weight of guilt and control. No ceremony, no announcement, just a clean break. They don't know where we live now. I moved that fall. Smaller town, closer to my job, closer to the lake. We have new neighbors, new routines, and for the first time, I don't feel like I'm living someone else's life. The kids adjusted fast. They still ask questions sometimes. I answer them honestly. When they ask why we don't see Grandma or Uncle or Aunt Jenny, I tell them because we don't visit people who try to hurt us. They never ask twice. They know. Summer turned to fall and everything had settled into a comfortable rhythm. The cabin weekends became months and school began with no mention of Grandma or the rest. I thought that was it, that we'd finally close the chapter. But then last week, life threw another curveball. My daughter came home, eyes wide, holding a letter. It was addressed not to me, but to her in shaky cursive, postmarked from the town where my mother still lived. My daughter had received it. A letter for her. I opened it with dread. Inside was a single sheet of notebook paper, the sort you send with kids to school, folded small enough to slip through a locker slot. The handwriting was unmistakable. My mom's. It read, "I was wrong. I'm sorry. You're right. We broke trust and I broke your little girls. I don't expect forgiveness. I just need you to know I realize now. Grandma." No threats, no manipulation, no reminders of past hurt, just a confession. For the first time in more than a year, my daughter asked, "Can I write back?" My gut twisted. Every fiber of me warned that this could be another trap. This felt too clean, too timely, too carefully worded, a chess piece repositioned. But it was different. My daughter had taken ownership of it. This wasn't about me. It was about her. I said, "Write what's in your heart." That evening, they sat together at the kitchen table. My daughter wrote, "Thank you for your letter. I miss you sometimes. I feel safe here with Dad. I hope you can find happiness, too. Love, Emma." When she gave it to me, I hesitated. Part of me wanted to shred it for old times, for control. But that would have been me repeating the patterns I'd worked so hard to break. So I sealed it and mailed it that night. Just a plain school envelope. No return address. Later, I sat in the living room thinking about forgiveness. It's not a gift. It's a choice. A conscious decision to not let their actions define us any further. I realized this was the second unexpected twist. The first was the letter. The second was recognizing I had finally earned the right to choose how to respond. Not out of anger, not out of control, but out of clarity and protection. This doesn't change what happened, but maybe it changes what happens next. I know my mother might never change. My brother and sister likely won't either, but for my daughter, a healing line has been drawn, and I didn't have to fight it. She chose it herself. I don't know what will happen now. The door isn't open, but a message got through. Maybe that's enough. So this is where it really ends. Or maybe where something new begins. Now on to the next story. Story 7. My mom begged me to come home for the holiday. After an 8-hour drive, I arrived and she opened the door and said, "You're babysitting your sister's kids. We're going to Hawaii." Then my sister muttered, "Kids, don't wipe your feet on him." Parents burst out laughing, but the smiles disappeared from their faces when I announced what made them turn pale. Now they're begging me not to leave. I drove 8 hours straight from Chicago to the middle of nowhere near Cincinnati because my mom said she missed me. She went on and on about how much she missed her son, how the holidays weren't the same without family, how everyone was going to be there, and how great it would be if we could all just be together again like old times. She left that last part in a voicemail, crying halfway through. I listened to it twice before I called her back and said yes, I'd come. I cleared my work schedule, postponed a trip I'd been planning for months, booked a dog sitter for the week. All the way there, I kept thinking that maybe, just maybe, this year would be different. That maybe they actually wanted me there. I even bought gifts, real ones, not the usual gift cards, things I actually took the time to pick out. One for each of them. By the time I pulled into the driveway, it was dark. The street was dead quiet, one of those neighborhoods that's so picturesque it's almost fake. I sat in the car for a second, checking my phone. A text from my sister, "Hurry up, I have to pee." It didn't make sense until later. I went upstairs with my bag and rang the doorbell. My mom answered with a big smile that didn't touch her eyes and said, "You're going to take care of your sister's kids. We're going to Hawaii." She stepped aside as if it had already been decided, like I'd volunteered. Mandy walked by in flip-flops and a tank top. Mid-December, and she was dressed for a beach. "Kids, don't wipe your feet on him." They laughed. My mom, my dad, Mandy. The kids yelled something I couldn't understand and ran off. I stood in the foyer holding my bag trying to figure out what the hell was going on. I asked her what she meant, thinking maybe it was a joke I didn't get. She said they were leaving the next morning, they already had the tickets, and they just needed me to watch the kids for a week. Like it was no big deal. Like I didn't have a life. She even said, "You're not doing anything anyway, right?" So I told them I didn't want to say it then, but it just came out. Something I'd kept to myself. Something I thought they'd be proud of, or at least pretend to be. I told them that I'd gotten the offer. That I was moving across the country in 2 weeks. A huge step up. That this would be the last Christmas I'd be around for a long time. The room fell silent. My dad looked like he just swallowed something sharp. My mom's smile broke in half. Mandy didn't even try to hide the way she rolled her eyes. And then the begging began. They asked me to please stay. Said it wouldn't change anything. That they really wanted me here. That I could still help with the kids for a few days. That Hawaii wasn't even that long. Said they'd bring me something nice from the trip. But they'd already tipped their hand. They thought I was just an extra. The one who could be guilted into dropping everything. The one who'd always say yes. Not this time. They just didn't know it yet. I didn't freak out right away. I just let it all wash over me like cold water. Let them pack. Let them smile. Let them give me the responsibility of 2 wild children as if they were giving me an old sweater instead of 2 living, breathing children I hadn't seen in over a year. I slept in the basement. The kids' toys were scattered everywhere. Legos, half-broken dolls, an iPad with a greasy screen that kept playing obnoxious cartoons at full volume. My old bed? Gone. My mom's explanation was, "We turned your room into something more useful." I lay there staring at the ceiling, thinking what a joke this was. How every time I showed up, it was on their terms. Never once had they asked if I had any plans. Never once had they offered to help me with anything. And now they'd literally left the country expecting me to drop my life. I got up early the next morning. The house was noisy. My mom yelling about sunscreen. My dad grumbling about the airline app. Mandy trying to wrangle her kids who were already sugared up from cereal. No one even looked at me until it was time to leave. Then my mom, with her suitcase already in the trunk, said, "Thanks again for doing this. I mean it. You're a lifesaver." She handed me a sheet of printer paper with some important information on it. Bedtime, snack preferences, a list of shows they're allowed to watch, which mostly just said, anything but horror or the news. Mandy leaned in, sunglasses on, already in vacation mode. "Please don't let them eat marshmallows after dark. They go wild." Then she handed me a $20 bill and said, "For pizza or something." A 20? They backed out of the driveway like they were running from something. My dad honked as they disappeared down the street, and just like that, I was alone with the kids and a week's worth of expectations that I never met. I didn't even know what they had really done until later that day. Around 3 p.m., I was looking for the Wi-Fi password and ended up opening the drawer where my mom keeps all the random papers. There was a folder with her flight itinerary, the hotel confirmation, and the receipt charged to my credit card. It hit me like a punch in the ribs. My sister had used my old card, the one we'd shared years ago when she said she needed help booking something urgent, and swore she'd cancel it. Apparently, she never did. I sat there and stared at the bill. 5 nights at a luxury resort, a rental car, spa dons, even a snorkeling tour. It was all in my name. I called the hotel to confirm, and yes, it was mine. It was using my points, too. And that's when it hit me. Clean. Quiet. No screaming. No shouting. Just simple. I canceled it. Every reservation. Every upgrade. I watched the email come through confirming that the room had been released, the rental car returned to inventory, the excursions canceled. No refunds, either. This part actually made me smile. Then I waited. At 11:42 p.m., the first call came from my mom. I didn't answer. Then my dad. Then my sister, over and over, until she finally texted, "Why are we locked out of the hotel? What's going on?" I didn't answer. The kids were finally asleep upstairs. The house was quiet for the first time all day. I sat on the back porch with a beer from the garage fridge and looked up at the sky. No stars, just the orange haze of city lights, but still peaceful. Around 12:30, she sent the next one. "Did you cancel the reservation? Tell me you didn't. I used your card because it was easier. I wanted to pay you back. Then you're such a little drama queen. Grow up. Fix this." That got an answer. "Don't worry about it. I'm done fixing things for you." By the next morning, the tone had changed. They weren't angry anymore. They were desperate. My dad tried to pretend it was a misunderstanding. He said they were in a bind and just needed a few hours to figure things out. My mom sent a long paragraph about how she didn't realize the card was still active. Mandy just went silent until 3 p.m. She called and left a message. I didn't even listen to it. I knew exactly what was going to happen, but I wasn't done yet. By the third day, the tone had completely shifted from confusion to panic. I woke up to a dozen missed calls, 2 blocked voicemails, and a string of texts from my mom that read like a prayer, each more pathetic than the last. They were staying at some cheap motel now on a beach, no air conditioning, no refund, and apparently Mandy's kids had gotten food poisoning from gas station sushi. I couldn't make that up if I tried. I made the kids pancakes again, this time with chocolate chips. I let them watch whatever they wanted. I didn't care anymore. They actually grew fond of me. Once they realized I wasn't trying to be their new parent, they calmed down. We spent that afternoon building the world's ugliest pillow fort and laughing about how my sister makes them do mindfulness breathing when they fight. One of them said, "Mommy says deep breathing makes us less annoying." That night, just before bedtime, the front door flew open. No knock, no warning. Mandy was standing there in flip-flops, her hair a mess, her forehead sunburned. My mom was behind her, looking 5 years older, and my dad came in last, dragging their battered luggage as if they just fled a war zone. "You think this is funny?" Mandy said. The kids froze. I told them to go upstairs. They did, but not before one of them whispered, "Told you she'd come back pissed." When they were out of earshot, Mandy started. Called me selfish. Said I ruined her only real vacation in years. That I was a spiteful little man-child who couldn't handle being asked to do one thing for his family. My mom stood behind her nodding like this was all just a misunderstanding that I needed to apologize for. I let her go on for almost 5 minutes. I said nothing. Then I reached for the envelope on the kitchen table. I quietly slid it over to my mother. "What's this?" she said. "It's the bank statement," I told her. "And this," I pulled out a second sheet, "is the notice from my lawyer. I reported the fraud." My father stepped forward, but I cut him off. "She used my card without my permission. Over $4,000. You know what that's called." My mom's face fell. Mandy started yelling again, but it all turned to noise. Something about how I was blowing it out of proportion, how it was family, how no judge would take it seriously. She said if I kept pushing, I'd regret it. I told her I already had. That was when she made the mistake. She brought up Dad's will. Said, "Go ahead, Nathan. Report it." Do you think Mom and Dad would leave anything to someone who stabbed their own family in the back? My mom looked horrified that she said it out loud. My dad turned away. I didn't raise my voice. I just smiled. "Thanks for confirming that's how you see it." And then I pulled out my phone and hit play on a voice memo. Mandy, 2 days earlier, screaming into the voicemail about how she'd used my card because it's easier, and how I should just fix it like I always do. She turned pale. "You recorded me?" I nodded. "And I've already sent it to my lawyer. So yeah, go ahead and threaten me again." That was the first time I'd ever seen my mother sit down without being told to. Mandy stormed out. My dad didn't say a word. I stayed one more night. For the kids. But I was done being quiet. I left before sunrise. I didn't clean up breakfast, fold the sheets off the basement futon, or write a note. I just grabbed my duffel bag, put the key on the kitchen counter, and walked out the same door they walked out when they left me babysitting for a week without asking. I drove straight back to Chicago, not even stopping for coffee. My phone kept buzzing, but I didn't check it. I figured Mandy had already started rewriting the story before I got on the freeway. She was always that fast. Facts never really slowed her down. About halfway through Indiana, I gave in and looked. 62 missed messages, 12 voicemails, 6 from unknown numbers. A group chat I hadn't seen active since my grandmother's funeral had lit up with over 100 texts. Mandy had gone into overdrive. Sent a carefully edited version of events to every relative with a phone. Said I'd ruined her vacation out of spite. Claimed I manipulated them into using my card. Then turned around and threatened legal action. She ended it with something like, "Family means nothing to him. He's changed." That part was true. I had changed. The thing is, Mandy thought she was smart. She thought she could get everyone on her side with guilt and half-truths, as usual. But she didn't realize that something had changed. People had been biting their tongues for years, and now she was giving them an excuse to open up. The first response came from Aunt Melanie. Just one sentence. "Didn't you once borrow my car for a weekend and return it 2 months later with a broken window?" Then my cousin Josh added, "Nathan doesn't need to manipulate anyone. He's the only one in this family with a job that doesn't involve lying or commissions." One by one, people started chiming in. Not just defending me, but dragging them along. Stories I didn't even know. Old debts, Christmas drama, times she forgot birthdays or showed up late and drunk at family functions. One person called her a walking tax write-off. Another said she made them pay for their own food at her child's birthday party. By the time I pulled into my apartment's parking garage, the group chat was on fire. My mother had tried to intervene once, saying, "Let's all calm down," but she was too late. Mandy had armed the family, and they turned on her first. That night, around midnight, my phone lit up again. It was my dad. He didn't even say hello. He just launched into a half-hearted explanation about how things had gotten out of hand, how Mandy never meant to use the card, how maybe it would be best if we all just sat down and talked like adults. I asked him a question. Why didn't you stop it when you saw it happening? He got quiet. Then he said, I didn't think it was that serious. That was always the problem. It was never serious to them unless it cost them something. Then came the messages from people I hadn't talked to in years. Cousins, uncles. A woman I barely remembered from a family reunion in Michigan. Most of them said the same thing. Good for you. It's about time somebody said something. And then, Sunday morning, just before noon, there was a knock at my door. I opened it to see my mother standing there, her hair pulled back, her face washed out, wearing the same coat she always wore when she was upset but tried not to show it. The kind of coat she used to wear to my school when I got in trouble. I hadn't seen it in years. I drove all night. She said, I need to talk to you. I didn't let her in. We stood in the hallway while she explained that Mandy had locked herself in her room. The kids were staying with her dad for the week, and my dad wasn't speaking to any of them. Said the family was falling apart. Said I had to help fix it. I let her talk. She cried quietly, told me I was overreacting, that yes, mistakes had been made, but surely the family could work through these things. She said I should understand how hard things had been for Mandy, being a single mom and all, how stressful the world had been lately. She asked me if I really wanted to be the reason things got worse. So, I told her something she wasn't expecting. I told her that I'd already moved on, that I didn't need her anymore, that I wasn't going to set myself on fire just to keep her warm. Not again. Not ever again. She tried to say something else, but I stepped back and gently closed the door. And I didn't feel guilty. After I closed the door, I stood there for a while listening. She didn't knock again. She didn't say anything. Finally, I heard the soft creak of the elevator coming down the hall. That was the last time I saw my mother face to face. The next day, I got a call from my attorney. Mandy had finally responded to the formal letter. Through a lawyer. Apparently, one of her friends knew a guy who owed her a favor. They weren't trying to deny the accusation, not really. Just spinning it. Their official position was that I had implied that I consented to the charges by providing access to the card. Their words. What they didn't know was that I had already flagged the account months ago. Had everything in writing from the bank. Every transaction. Every timestamp. The hotel even confirmed that the reservation was made from Mandy's IP address. Her name was all over the records. There was no case and her lawyer knew it. That afternoon, he called mine and said something that told me everything I needed to know. She wants this to go away quietly. I didn't react right away. I let her sweat. Meanwhile, the family group chat went dark. Someone, probably Mandy, had deleted it. My mother tried to call again. I didn't answer. My dad sent me one of those vague boomer texts. Hope you're okay. Things are complicated. Let's reconnect soon. I ignored that too. But the real turning point came from someone I wasn't expecting. Mandy's ex. He sent me a message out of the blue. Just said, heard what happened. Not surprised. Are you okay? We talked for over an hour. Turns out he'd been through something similar with her years ago. Different situation, same playbook. Guilt, manipulation, taking what she felt entitled to and spinning it into a sob story when caught. He even offered to help me with the lawyer stuff if I needed it. He ended the call by saying, "You're not the first person she's used, just the first one to fight back." That stuck with me. By Friday, my lawyer had drafted a final offer. No charges, no court, no public embarrassment on one condition. Full repayment of every dollar charged to my card in writing through her lawyer within 90 days. No extensions. The response was a temper tantrum disguised as a legal email. Mandy claimed she didn't have the funds, that this would ruin her, that I was punishing her children. That last part? That's what pissed me off. So I told my lawyer to go ahead. The next few weeks were quiet. My mother went radio silent. I guess she realized that the usual emotional blackmail wasn't going to work this time. My dad sent a card in the mail. A generic Hallmark thing with some handwritten note about forgiveness and healing. I threw it in the trash without opening the envelope. Then one day the remittance came through. All of it. Full repayment. I stood there staring at the confirmation email for a good 5 minutes. Not because I was surprised, but because I knew what it meant. She wasn't sorry. She was just scared. I made one last trip that weekend. Not to see her, but to pick up the last of my things from a storage unit I'd paid for near her house. While I was in town, I got a message from my aunt, the one who always hosted Thanksgiving. She said the family was planning a little get-together in a few weeks and they hoped I'd come. I told her that I appreciated the invitation, but no, I wouldn't be there. I was done showing up just to be the one they laughed at, leaned on, or left out. I'd spent years trying to stay connected with people who only called when they needed something. This time I walked away. It's funny how quickly people disappear when they realize they can't blame you anymore. After the money hit my account and the emails from their lawyer stopped, everything just went quiet. Like they knew I was finally off the leash and there was no pulling me back. No more last-minute calls to help out. No more guilty voicemails about how we used to be a family. Nothing. Just silence. Thanksgiving came first. The same aunt who defended me in the group chat ended up texting me a photo of the dinner table. Half the chairs were empty. She wrote, "Mandy didn't show up. Neither did your parents. Don't think anyone missed the drama. Christmas was next." I always went, no matter how bad the year had been. Even in college, even when I could barely afford gas. This time I didn't. I stayed in Chicago. Went to a holiday misfits potluck hosted by one of my coworkers. A bunch of people who'd also cut ties with toxic families just sat around drinking boxed wine, eating overcooked lasagna, and playing stupid board games. And you know what? It was the best Christmas I'd had in years. There was this guy at the party, really quiet, kind of awkward. He just had no contact with his dad after years of emotional manipulation. He asked me how I knew it was time to finally leave. I told him something I read once on Reddit years ago, back when I thought maybe I was the one being dramatic. It said, "If they didn't treat you like family when they had you, they can't call it betrayal when you leave." That stuck with me, because that's what happened. My family only cared about me when I was useful. When I drove 8 hours and slept in the basement. When I paid for things they didn't want to pay for. When I kept my mouth shut. The second I said no, I was the bad guy. I kept expecting someone to break the silence. Maybe my mom with one of her check-in texts, the kind that started with "Hope you're doing okay," and ended with a long paragraph about how much I'd hurt her. Or my dad, pretending none of it happened, trying to draw me into a conversation about sports like we were just two regular guys. But nothing came, and the longer it went on, the easier it got. In February, I finally cleaned out the old storage unit near her house. Just threw out what I didn't want, donated the rest. A stack of yearbooks, old holiday cards, a broken Xbox controller that I never fixed. I found a shoebox full of family photos in the back, dusty and bent at the corners. I looked through maybe 5 of them before I closed the box and left it in the donation pile. I thought I'd feel something. I didn't. A week later, I got a final text from Mandy. Just 4 words. "Are you happy now, asshole?" I didn't reply, because I was not the kind of happy that makes you jump up and down, but the quiet kind. The kind where you wake up in the morning and your stomach isn't in knots. The kind where you make plans for the future and don't have to worry about how much emotional energy your family is draining from you. The kind where you finally stop feeling like someone else's backup plan. I still don't talk to them. I probably never will again. But I don't hate them. I don't wish them pain. I just don't wish them anything. And I think that's what peace really looks like. My update. So, I didn't think I'd be back here, honestly. After everything that happened over the holidays, I thought that chapter was closed. No calls, no texts, no weird birthday card with passive-aggressive Bible verses. Just silence. It was perfect. Until last week. Out of nowhere, I get this certified letter delivered to my apartment. Real official looking. I thought maybe it had something to do with taxes or work. No, it's from a law firm, not mine. Turns out my parents are now talking to a probate lawyer. And guess what? They want to change something about the family estate. Specifically, they want to discuss the structure of future inheritance and family financial responsibilities. That's literally what it says. I had to read it 3 times. Basically, they're trying to put together some kind of new trust or arrangement that, get this, includes a clause about family caregiving roles and responsibilities. In other words, they're trying to get ahead of things and make sure that someone, guess who, is legally obligated to take care of certain family burdens in exchange for staying in the will. And when I say someone, I mean me. The same guy they used as a babysitter, whose credit card they stole, who they humiliated in his own childhood home. The same guy they haven't spoken to in months. I called my lawyer before I finished the letter. He laughed. Really laughed. Said he'd seen this kind of move before, usually a mix of desperation and control. Trying to lure someone back in with the idea of a future inheritance while slowly roping them into caretaking or financial support down the line. And yes, it can be contested if they try to force anything. But the fact that they're even thinking that way? Wild. It gets better. Apparently, Mandy is the one pushing for this. My lawyer got a heads up from someone on the other side that Mandy is trying to angle herself back into good standing with my parents. But part of her deal is to shift responsibility for anything long-term, debt, care, property, etc., away from herself. To me, the reliable one, even after everything. So yeah, looks like this saga isn't over yet. I'll keep you posted if I end up in a legal showdown over a house I don't even want and responsibilities I never asked for. Reddit was right. Just when you think you're out, they try to drag you back in. Not this time. Now on to the next story. Story 8. My family laughed at me and thought I was a beggar when I left home at 19. You're a loser, you'll never make it, they said. But I kept quiet. Months later, their faces were pale. When I told my family that I was moving out, they laughed. Not a little laugh, not even the kind of laugh you give when you're not sure if someone is joking. No, this was a full-on, uncontrollable laugh, as if I had just said the most ridiculous thing imaginable. My dad leaned back in his chair and shook his head like he couldn't believe my stupidity. My mother smiled, that condescending look she always gave when she thought someone was making a fool of themselves, and my twin sisters, they giggled like they were watching the best comedy special of their lives, whispering to each other between bursts of laughter. Then came the insults. You're a failure. You won't last a week. You'll come back begging like a stray dog. Honestly, it's a relief you're leaving. One less problem for us. I stood there and said nothing. There was no point in arguing, no point in explaining. Nothing I could say would change their minds. They had already decided that I was a joke, and they were enjoying it far too much to stop. It all started at dinner the night before. I had been planning my move for months, working quietly, saving money, setting everything up. I had found a small apartment across town, in an actual city, not that miserable little town where everyone stayed trapped in the same cycle, never doing anything with their lives. I didn't need their help. I didn't need their support. I just wanted to let them know, I'm moving out this weekend. My father put down his fork. He didn't speak right away, just stared at me as if I had just confessed to some heinous crime. My mother shook her head, unimpressed. Then, she let out a short, sharp laugh through her nose. With what money? From my business. And that was it. That was all it took to set her off. My sisters burst out laughing first. My dad scoffed. My mom put her hand over her mouth as if to stifle more laughter. Oh my God. He thinks he's some kind of businessman. More laughter, more whispering. My sisters looked at me as if I had just said I was going to be an astronaut. I didn't react. I didn't explain myself. That only made them push harder. You running a business? You can't even take care of yourself. You'll be homeless in a month. People like you don't make it. You're not smart enough. Let's see how long it takes you to come crawling back. For the next 2 days, they made sure to remind me how much they didn't believe in me. My father sighed and shook his head every time he walked by my half-packed bags. My mom made sarcastic comments about how I should take pictures of my apartment so I'd remember it when I got evicted. My sisters, they were whispering and giggling nonstop, looking at me like I was the biggest joke they had ever seen. It was pathetic, really. They acted like I had announced something crazy, like I was running off to join a cult or live in the woods. I was just moving to a different part of town. But to them, the idea of me succeeding on my own was the funniest thing in the world. I didn't argue. I didn't defend myself. I didn't explain. And then the day came. I packed my things, grabbed my keys, and walked out. No big speech, no dramatic exit, no last words. They didn't even say goodbye. The first thing I felt when I left was silence. Not the uncomfortable kind. Not the silence that comes when you don't know what to do next. No, this was the best silence I had ever experienced. No sarcastic comments from my mother. No sighs from my father. No giggles from my sisters. Just me, my packed car, and the road ahead. I moved into a small apartment in the city, not fancy but clean and mine. It was strange at first, being in a place where no one rolled their eyes at me when I spoke. I could breathe. I could think. I wasn't afraid. I had my business. It wasn't huge yet, but it was making money. Dropshipping, buying and selling products without ever touching them. I had spent months setting up my websites, finding suppliers, figuring out how to market. My family never noticed because they never bothered to ask. They thought I was just wasting time on my laptop, but I wasn't wasting time. I was working nonstop, morning to night, every single day. I barely left my apartment unless I had to. Orders began to come in, then more, then more. And then, a month later, I did something for myself. I bought a car. Not just any car. A brand new 2024 Toyota Camry. It wasn't some crazy sports car, but it was mine. It was new. It was proof. I took a picture of it, posted it online, and wrote a simple caption. Hard work pays off. Congratulations on my new ride. That was it. Nothing flashy. Nothing pretentious. Just something for myself. 30 minutes later, my phone exploded. Missed calls, messages, notifications, my sisters, my mom, even my dad. Is this a joke? Where did you get the money? You're lying. There's no way you bought this. I smiled at my phone. I answered a call from one of my sisters. It's real, I said. I bought it myself. That was probably my mistake, because the moment they realized I had money, they suddenly remembered I existed. My mom called right after that. This time her tone was different. Sweeter. Almost too sweet. We were just talking about you, she said. You know, we really miss you. It's been too long. My dad sent me a text, one text. The same man who hadn't said a single nice thing to me in years suddenly wanted to check in. My sisters, the same ones who laughed at me constantly, now complimented my business, asking how I did it, saying they were proud of me. I knew exactly where this was going, and I was right because 2 days later they started asking for money. It started small, almost cautiously. My mom called first. Her voice was different this time. Soft, almost hesitant, like she didn't want to scare me off. Not her usual sharp tone, not her usual sarcasm. It was obviously fake. I knew that even before she got to the point. Richard, darling, how have you been? We haven't talked in so long. I just wanted to check in and see how you're doing. Right? She wanted to check in. Not when I moved out, not when they laughed me out of the house. Now that they saw the car, I played along. I've been good. Business is good. Oh, that's wonderful, honey. You've always been so smart. I always knew you had potential. This almost made me laugh. Listen, I don't want to stress you out, but things have been a little tough around here. Your dad's hours have been cut and the bills are piling up. It's been so hard, Richard. We just need a little help. Nothing crazy, just a little, until we get back on our feet. There it was, the real reason she was calling. I didn't answer right away, so she continued. You're doing so well now, and $2,000 isn't much to you, is it? I mean, with your new car and everything. I almost said it out loud. Oh, so I have money now? But I held my tongue. I knew what was happening. I had seen it before. The moment they thought I had something they could take. Suddenly I wasn't a joke anymore. Suddenly I was useful. I didn't say yes, but I didn't say no either. Then my dad called, which was rare. Listen, kid, he started. No, hello? No, how are you? Just straight to the point. Your mom's been worried sick. We have to handle things as a family. If you have money, you should help us. That's what family does. Oh, now we're a family? Funny, because when I left, they practically pushed me out the door. When I was struggling, they didn't care. When they were laughing at me, family didn't seem to matter. And then, like clockwork, my sisters reached out to me. No fake warmth this time, just straightforward entitlement. You should be grateful that we raised you, one of them texted. We put up with you for 19 years. The least you could do is help us out. Put up with me like I was some kind of burden. Then the other one texted me, Mom and Dad did everything for you. You're so selfish. You can't just disappear and leave us to struggle. I stared at my phone for a long time. Just a month ago, these same people were laughing at me, mocking me, telling me I was nothing. Now, because I had a car, because they thought I had money, I was suddenly responsible for them. I finally replied, I will think about it. They seemed satisfied with that answer, but I had already made up my mind. I wasn't going to give them a cent. And when they realized that, things got ugly. At first, they were patient. For a few days, my mom sent me little reminders, trying to sound casual. Hey, sweetheart. Any update on what we talked about? Don't want to pressure you, but we could really use the help right now. You're doing so well, Richard. We're so proud of you. Just let me know when you can send something over. Then my dad texted. You said you'd think about it. It's been a week. My sisters weren't so subtle. Wow. Can't believe you're actually being this selfish. I ignored most of it. I had nothing to say to them. Then, out of nowhere, my mom called, sounding panicked. I let it ring a few times before answering. Richard, I didn't want to tell you this, but we're in serious trouble. I had to take out a loan a while back, and now they're demanding the money back. If we don't pay it by next week, we could lose everything. Her voice was shaking. If I didn't know better, I might have believed her. How much? I asked, already knowing I wasn't sending a cent. $5,000. She said immediately. Please, Richard, I wouldn't be asking if it wasn't serious. $5,000? Just a week ago they needed $2,000. Now the amount had more than doubled. I told her I'd get back to her and hung up, but something felt off. Then I ran into my aunt. I was grabbing coffee in the city when I spotted her walking down the street. My mom's older sister. She wasn't super close to us, but she had always been kind to me. She actually listened when I spoke, which was more than I could say for my immediate family. I hadn't seen her in a while, but when she noticed me, she smiled. Richard, it's been too long. We talked for a bit, just catching up, and then I decided to ask. My mom told me she took out a loan, I said. She says she has to pay it back next week or they'll lose everything. The moment I said it, her face changed. Her smile dropped, replaced by something between disbelief and frustration. She shook her head. Richard, there's no loan. I stared at her. What? They're lying to you, she sighed. I told her it was wrong, but your mother doesn't listen to anyone. She thinks you owe her, and she figured if she scared you enough, you'd pay up. I felt my stomach tighten. She told me what she was planning. My aunt continued. I told her it wasn't fair to you, but she just laughed. She said, he's young, he'll make more money. It's not a big deal. I couldn't speak. She's done this before, Richard. Not just to you, to me, to other family members. Always some emergency, always some crisis that doesn't exist. And when people stop giving her money, she moves on to the next person. I stood there, completely still, as the truth sank in. They weren't just asking for money. They weren't just guilt-tripping me. They had planned this. My own mother had schemed to manipulate me out of thousands of dollars, and I had almost believed her. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to stay calm. I could have called her out right then and there. I could have sent a furious text, confronted her, told her I knew everything. But I had a better idea. I walked home in a daze. I kept replaying my aunt's words in my head, trying to make sense of it. My own mother sitting around, coming up with a fake story just to squeeze money out of me, laughing about it, thinking I'd just hand it over like some clueless idiot. And the worst part? She had done it before. I checked my phone, more messages. My mom, my dad, my sisters. Richard, please, we're running out of time. Be a man and take care of your family. Are you really just going to let us struggle like this? I stared at the screen, disgusted. I could have blocked them right then and there. I could have called my mom and told her exactly what I knew. But that would have been too easy. Instead, I sent one message back. I've been thinking. You're right. I should help my family. Meet me at the bank tomorrow at 2 p.m. I'll pull out the money in cash. Instant response. Oh, sweetheart, thank you. You have no idea how much this means to us." Sure, I had an idea. I arrived at the bank a little early, just to see if they'd actually show up, and there they were. My mom standing near the entrance, talking with my dad. My sisters were there, too, looking way too excited for people who were supposedly in a financial crisis. I stayed in my car for a moment, just watching them. They weren't stressed. They weren't desperate. They looked happy. My mom was smiling, chatting away like this was just another day. My sisters were laughing, nudging each other. It hit me then, they had probably already planned how they'd spend the money. My mom would pay for her little luxuries. My dad would go back to doing nothing. My sisters probably shopping or a vacation. They weren't struggling. They weren't desperate. They were celebrating before they even had the cash. I exhaled slowly, then I stepped out of the car. The moment they saw me, my mom's face lit up. She actually reached out to hug me. I stepped back. "No need for that. Let's go inside." We walked into the bank together. I went straight to the teller. My mom stood close, like she was afraid I'd change my mind at the last second. I smiled at the teller. "Hi, I'd like to check my balance, please." My mom's smile twitched. Richard, just withdraw the money." "1 second, Mom." I leaned on the counter casually. "Actually, can you tell me if there's a loan under my mother's name? Just curious." Silence. My mom froze. The teller glanced at her, then back at me. "A loan?" I turned to my mom, tilting my head. "Yeah, Mom. The one you told me about. The one you desperately need to pay back before next week." She looked like she had been slapped. My dad cleared his throat. "Richard, this isn't necessary." "Oh, but it is." I cut him off, looking back at the teller. "Go ahead and check." My mom grabbed my arm. "We're leaving." Pulled away. "No, we're not." My sisters weren't laughing anymore. They just stood there stiff, looking between each other. The teller clicked a few buttons, then shook her head. "No loan under this name." Silence. I turned back to my mother. "That's weird, because you told me there was." She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. My dad wouldn't even look at me. My sisters stepped back, like they wanted no part of this. I took out my phone, opened my aunt's message, and held it up. "You lied to me," I said, voice calm. "You've been lying to me, and you've done it before." She panicked. "Richard, I was going to explain." I laughed, a real, genuine laugh. "Explain? Exactly what were you going to explain? How you were planning to steal from me? How you were laughing about it behind my back?" My dad finally looked at me. "We're your family." "No," I said. "You're just people who happened to raise me." Then I turned around and walked out. I didn't wait to hear what they had to say. I didn't need to. I had already won. Later that night, they blew up my phone. Calls, voicemails, texts. "Richard, we were just scared. It was a misunderstanding. Don't turn your back on your family. You think you're better than us now?" I blocked every single one of them, and just like that, they were out of my life. But I wasn't done yet, because I had one last move to make. Cutting them off wasn't enough. I knew my family. Blocking them wouldn't stop them forever. They'd find new ways to get to me, new sad stories, new fake emergencies, new ways to guilt-trip me. So I decided to end it once and for all. I was going to make sure they never asked me for a single thing again, and I had the perfect plan. A week later, I unblocked them just long enough to send one message. "Family is everything. I've been thinking, and I want to make things right. Life is too short for grudges. Let's start fresh, my treat." Then I attached 4 plane tickets to a luxury resort in the Caribbean, first class, all expenses paid. I didn't even have to wait for a response. Within minutes, my mom was calling. "Oh, sweetheart, we knew you'd come around. We've missed you so much." "Sure, Mom." I told them to meet me at the airport in 2 weeks. I'd handle everything. They just had to show up. They bought it instantly. My dad even texted me, acting like he had never tried to scam me. "Proud of you, son. This means a lot." My sisters. Suddenly, they were my biggest fans. "We knew you weren't selfish. Can't wait." It was actually pathetic how quickly they changed. I booked myself a real vacation somewhere completely different. Then I sat back and waited. The day arrived. I was already relaxing by the beach on my actual vacation when the texts started coming in. At first, they were excited. Just got to the airport. This is going to be amazing. Where are you? I didn't reply. Then, about an hour later, Richard, what's going on? Another hour. They're saying the tickets aren't real. What did you do? Then the angry calls started. They had shown up at the airport, bags packed, dressed for a luxury getaway. They went to check in only to find out the tickets weren't real. Not fake, canceled, because I had booked them and then refunded every single one. They stood there, furious, confused, humiliated, realizing too late that they had been played. The messages turned into threats, screaming voicemails. You humiliated us. How could you do this to your own family? We looked like idiots. I sipped my drink, enjoying the ocean breeze. Then one final text from me. I figured it was only fair. After all, lying to family is just what we do, right? Blocked forever. And just like that, they were out of my life for good. That should have been the end of it. I expected my family to rage for a while, maybe send a few last desperate messages, then finally give up. But I underestimated their stubbornness. For the next few weeks, they tried everything. At first, it was anger. You are dead to us. You think money makes you better? You're nothing without us. You'll regret this, Richard. Then came the guilt-tripping. Family forgives, Richard. Let's just talk. Mom's been crying nonstop. Are you happy now? Your father is sick. This stress is killing him. Fun fact, he was perfectly fine. My aunt confirmed it. When that didn't work, they tried fake kindness. We overreacted. We miss you. Let's start fresh. Let's put all of this behind us. We're still family. We should get together soon. Maybe over dinner? Yeah, no thanks. I ignored everything. No response, no engagement, nothing. Eventually, they stopped, and for the first time in my life, I felt truly free. Months passed. My business kept growing. I moved into a better apartment, bought an even nicer car. Life was good. Then one day, I got a message from an unknown number. At first, I almost deleted it without reading, but something told me to check. It was from my youngest cousin. Hey Richard, I know we haven't talked in a while, but I thought you should know. Your parents have been telling everyone that you stole from them and abandoned the family. I blinked. Excuse me? I called my aunt immediately. She sighed, like she had been expecting it. Yeah. They've been going around telling this whole story about how you scammed them and left them penniless. It's ridiculous. I laughed. And people actually believe that? Not really. Most of the family knows what they're like. But they're definitely trying to make you the villain. Unbelievable. Even after everything, they still couldn't accept that I had outplayed them, that I had escaped, that I had won. I could have confronted them. I could have sent a message, called them out, exposed their lies. But then I thought about it and smiled. They could tell whatever story they wanted. They could play the victims, spread whatever pathetic rumors helped them sleep at night, because it didn't matter. I had what they would never have, freedom. And no lie, no rumor, no amount of manipulation could ever take that away from me. I never spoke to them again, not once. Years later, I heard from my aunt that my parents had dug themselves into debt. My dad lost his job. My mom burned through whatever money they had left. My sisters, one was still living at home, and the other was barely scraping by. They had spent so much time scheming and manipulating that they never actually built anything for themselves. And me? I was thriving. I had a real life, a real career, real success. And the best part? I didn't owe them a damn thing. So, in the end, I got the last laugh. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.